folks. Welcome back to the second session of this year's 10 Candles playthrough. We are joined by Taylor Robe,
Hello.
Jacob the Mad Mayor.
I'm in danger.
You are in danger.
Whoa.
Azeem
Oi, mates, what's up?
and Kitsune.
Hello, comrade.
I was gonna say Kitsune's here somewhere.
I'm going to assume that halfway through we decided we were doing character voices, so now I'm stuck talking like myself, and Jacob has to talk like he just did for the entire session.
What the fuck? You're gonna make me stuck as Ralphie, motherfucker.
All right.
Hey, this is a
Uh,
Christian Twitch stream.
Shush.
What's the way?
That's bullshit, and you know it.
All right. Last time when we left off, me just really quickly, I will start off by reading the scenario again for folks. The local airport handled the situation as well as possible when the sky went black. At first, the staff tried to keep everyone calm, and flights were simply delayed. A couple of days later, the airport resumed business. Then they came. Terminal B went dark first, then Terminal C. You are in Terminal A, where the generators have held, for now. Only a few short minutes ago there was an announcement over the airport intercom. A strong, confident voice said, "If anyone's left, I'm in Terminal D. The power is still on here, and there is a plane fully fueled at gate D14. I'm a trained pilot, and will wait 3 hours for anyone listening to get here before I take off. There has to be somewhere that is safe. Can you make it safely to Terminal D? The tram may still run, or you might be able to make it through Terminals B and C. The pilot must be right. Safety's out there somewhere." Again, there is a list of potential areas of note or importance at the very bottom, including the air traffic control tower, security, terminals A through D, the food court, interterminal tram, and baggage claim. We have gone through 2 scenes so far, so we have a collection of truths. There is a heavy ongoing thunderstorm. The noises in the darkness are increasing. Jack has collected a bag of a half dozen bottles of vodka, of which I believe you traded one to Billy.
Yes.
When you close your eyes or look into the darkness, you begin to see visions and hallucinations. The figure at the terminal gate saw the group enter the restaurant. The tramway is slowly beginning to flood. Projected light is muted. The rats are following the group. They are becoming more active. The shadows are alive. The torch will never go out. The group catches up with Billy at the end of the terminal gate hall. Franklin knows more about what's going on than he is saying. Everyone will see Billy's next vision or hallucination, and Billy is beginning to hear the voices of his dead compatriots. If everyone wants to very quickly reintroduce their characters, we can get started on the 3rd scene.
Alright. I
Left
guess
to right?
I'll go. Yeah, let's go that way.
Name's Jim. I'm a stodgy old codger with a mustache and a vest and a bowler hat, probably a monocle too. Just very stereotypical old British gentleman who is pretty smart, and I'm also a bit, clueless about some things sometimes, a little bit oblivious, but I make up for it, the intelligence.
Okay, Kitsune?
My name is. Damn it! How did I do that?
I don't know, but you said he was a Marine, and you've been playing him as not a Marine.
Well, this is alternative universe, comrade.
No.
He is,
22 ex-Marine, current KGB agent.
Yes, I was about to say ex-KGB, but yeah, that works.
See, that would work. My name is Billy.
Boy, did
I
you
am
say
22.
I'm just gonna change that on your sheet.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. It's just a typo.
I don't believe you.
Yes, I am totally Marine. How do you comrades say it? Totally American.
Okay.
Oh, wait, a couple of guppies short of a crosshair.
Who needs hair? I cut off. It never grow back.
Jasper.
I just- Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm Jasper Haskins. I'm a manager of a large chain of superstores. They kind of got a bad rap, but my store seems to have at least a good rating as far as our customers go. But I'm just kind of hoping we survive this. Also, seem to be the only merc in here.
And Jack.
Oi, I'm Jack Hamillton, survivalist and explorer extraordinaire. Got no tech-savvy stuff, though. All this newfangled jumbo mumbo. Yeah, I'm not quite certain where else to go with that, so there you go. My accent for this character is, like, really bad.
It keeps, like, it's overlapping enough with my, like, Cockney English accent that it keeps drifting me towards it.
Yeah, the survivalist hasn't quite figured out how GPS works yet.
Yeah.
Oh
Got
boy.
Oh, you don't need
Englishman,
that GPS, you're just
Austrian,
guided
and
by the
Sput-
stars. Mate.
So an Englishman, an Aussie, and a Sputnik walked into a bar.
And never
No, no.
came out.
No,
Yeah,
that
I was
was
gonna
we already did that.
Okay, so when we last left off, you guys had met,
You wrote it down. It's Franklin.
yes, no, I was deleting someone writing Terry next to the child.
Where's the question mark?
You guys, started exploring, the A terminal, heading towards the main, entrance area, down the gate. I call it the gate hallway, but down the big stretch where all the gates are off of. You do have two compatriots at the moment. Franklin, an elderly old gentleman, probably early to mid 70s, who is carrying a abandoned, lost child, probably 3-4 years of age.
I still
Wait,
think
didn't we name him Jerry?
I
You
still think that
named
the way
him
you're
Jared.
portraying him is like a 2-year-old, but who knows? Maybe it's just a very late developing child.
We all know it's actually the hellspawn of Cthulhu, so, you know, we're not gonna pretend too much.
Guys, I think the important thing really is that they'll be so useful to us when we get in a fight.
Jack, you all managed to find your way to a bar restaurant. You collected a bunch of alcohol. Leaving that, you met these NPCs. Searching around the area, Jack actually managed to find one working industrial flashlight, as well as a traffic directing cone that you detach the cone just to have the light portion. You also have a now apparently magical torch that will never go out.
Screw you all for making worse things.
And Jim has a lighter. And Billy has marijuana. And is high.
And drunk.
And is hallucinating. This is certainly not related.
I have yet to get drunk. Remember, I still got vodka.
Never mix your downers and your uppers. Just an FYI.
That'll go swimmingly. Yeah, the whole party is seeing stuff. Apparently.
I see lights. Jacob sees... We don't actually know what Jacob sees yet. Billy sees dead people.
Damn
And,
it, you missed. Ah.
And Jim sees rat people.
Meanwhile, I'm seeing bad customer reviews.
So, when are
You'd
we
think
gonna
being
start
from
seeing...
the UK, Jim would be used to seeing Escape.
So, when are we gonna start seeing the crab people?
Oh, that's gonna be Jasper's thing.
But we can't include them. That would be cancer.
Alright.
You're terrible, Taylor.
Boo.
Considering I am a cancer, that is terrible.
Alright. Doesn't matter. Alright. Billy, you take off down the hallway, sprinting through the darkness underneath what few lights still have life to them. You can feel a couple of times almost like the shadows are reaching out, trying to grab you, but you keep moving, eventually finding yourself at the doorway to big glass wall with two double doorways, one on either side, leading back out into the main, almost like the lobby area of this terminal, where there are multiple shops, places to sit and eat. What you're assuming are probably no longer functioning escalators and stairway heading down underneath the terminal to the tramway. And from what Franklin said, more than likely the door somewhere in there that'll lead you to the staff area that connects over to B terminal. The rest of you, having just seen this shadow reaching down and trying to pull Billy up to the ceiling, he's taken off away from the group. You catch glimpses of him after he leaves your area of light, as he's kind of passing underneath some of these kind of sputtering, flickering, still functioning lights in the terminal. You all kind of looking at each other over to Franklin, kind of guiding them along, begin making your way after Billy. You do eventually catch up to him, now also finding yourselves in front of this big glass wall with these two sets of double doors, one to your left and one to your right on both of the far sides of the hallway.
And what was it? One leads to the tram, the other leads to... What was it again? I'm sorry?
No, both of them lead out of the area where the gates are and into kind of the main, like, entrance lobby area. Like, if you pass through...
Oh, okay.
If you pass through security, this is the part of the terminal that you would go into.
Okay.
Where there are the restaurants and shops and tables and, you know, kind of like a mini food court on one side, and that's all like fast food, quick bites. There's a in the middle, so if I were to draw it out again, the terminal hallway with the gates where you guys just were, you guys are like right here. There's a doorway here and a doorway here double doors leading out into. I'm unhappy with the fact that this is moving. There we go. Leading out into what is basically like a large area outside of the terminal hall. And there's, shops and food court and tables, etc. And then there's, you would know, like, an area here where if you come in from the opposite side from where you are, there are 2 escalators and then a center staircase that head down to the tram.
Okay.
And presumably somewhere in this area is a door that is a staff door that will lead you over to Terminal B. It's probably not the only staff door. There are probably other staff doors that lead you elsewhere. But none of you would have the knowledge of which door is which. You wouldn't know specifically where the door is headed. None of you work at the airport.
And we all saw the shadow thing that attacked Billy, correct?
Right at the end, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
everyone but Billy.
Billy saw other things.
Right.
Yes.
Billy's going cray cray.
Oh, we're all going cray cray.
I was already crazy.
Alright, let's...
We know that, Putin.
Alright, guys, let's focus up here.
Just difficult
Jasper's-
to get sort of like in media res.
Jasper's gonna look. We don't know which door leads to which, right?
Yeah, I mean, both of the doors in front of you would lead out into the main, like, terminal area.
But that's pretty much the extent of our knowledge. We don't know if it'll lead, like, to the terminal area or towards the tram.
No, you guys are coming down the hallway. There's a big terminal area here. There are 2 doors in front of you that both lead to this big terminal area. You all would know that there's a place that goes down that has 2 escalators and a set of stairs going down to the tram. And if you're trying to find your way through the employee-only area, there's probably a door in here that goes there, but it's probably not the only door that is staff.
Yes, so being customers, we know how to get to the tram, but not to the staff areas or how to navigate them, essentially, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, can we take a minute, lads, and, did you lot see that?
You mean the shadow thing grabbing Billy? Yeah, I saw it.
Think it might have something to do with whatever's going on around here?
Maybe?
Well, it ain't no chupacabra.
I mean, it's just... Billy, are you even okay, man? Billy?
Billy is gonna look at Jasper and just reach into his pocket and start bringing out the bottle of vodka.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely not okay.
I don't know what you mean. That seems perfectly normal to me in a situation like this.
I was gonna say that seems about right, yeah.
Alright, guys, which way are we? Are we gonna try and keep out running along the tram to get to D, or are we gonna just try and pass through each of the main terminal areas?
I'm going with Franklin over there. Sorry, Santa. Who suggested we try out the what the heck was it called again? Shit.
Employee access?
The employee access terminals, yeah. Or passageways.
I think that's a good idea.
Then let's do it.
The tram likely didn't have to worry too much about going long distances when it was still operational, so it'd probably be a bit further away anyhow.
Also, looking outside at that blooming sky out there, I'm not one for going too much further underground.
Yeah,
no,
that's...
You look outside just in time for a big bolt of lightning to arc across the sky as there's just continued rain. You are noticing as you've made your way down the remainder of the terminal as well, up to these doors. There are more and more kind of like holes and patches where the ceiling has kind of been either like almost like disrepair, but that doesn't make sense. You guys have been here for like 10 days at this point. Like there's no way for it to really have fallen into like a disrepair, like derelict building status in 10 days, but that's almost what it reminds you of. There are a lot of places where the rain is coming through the ceiling and water is like leaking in.
I agree with Jack here. I don't want to head any further underground. Whatever's causing this to happen is happening underground as well. I'd be afraid for my safety. I am afraid for my safety. I'd be more afraid for my safety.
All right then. Let's go.
Alright, so we're looking around for the employee service areas.
I mean, I'm assuming first you're gonna go into like the main terminal area.
Yeah.
Assuming that, yes, that's where the other doors come out of, that would be part of that navigational action.
Well, who's gonna open the doors to head into the terminal space?
I will.
Yeah, I'll get one.
Are you guys
And,
splitting up?
No.
No.
Oh, you said it was like a double door.
There are two double doors, one on either side.
He's saying we're both going through the same double door and taking different doors that are part of that double door.
Okay, no, I have to make sure. When all he said was, I'm gonna go to get the other one, it's like, are you splitting the party?
No, I would admit other door of the double. Sorry. Didn't mean confusion.
Yeah, Jim, if you are going to be the one going through the doors, go ahead and make me a roll. Dice pool at the moment is 8.
Alright, come on, scene 7.
Nothing.
Yep.
Although no ones, so, you know, good news there.
Doesn't really matter.
No.
Which is even actually worse news because I can't reroll anything with my trait, even if I wanted to use it.
Does this mean that scene, whatever we're on right now, scene 7 just ends right now?
Yes.
Scene 8.
And yes.
Yeah. See, this is why I didn't want to do anything to make me roll.
You know that's not gonna happen.
Oh, I know. Especially with how Billy is.
Alright. Well, that candle goes out. I don't even need to... Well, yeah, you know what? I will roll to see if I have narrative control.
Taylor, you killed us.
I did not roll any 6s, but I still have narrative control. Unless, Taylor, are you gonna put out a candle in order to take narrative control away from me?
I mean, I could just put out 2 candles instantly at the start of the session. That'd be pretty great, right?
Alright. As you make your way to the double door, it does open. It is unlocked. Pushing it open, everyone, you all follow through after Jim. You all find yourselves in a large open area. Coming in, you see kind of a 4 or 5 foot high wall in front of you, stretching a good ways, leaving 2 pathways, one on either side. You know that this is where the escalators and the stairs go into. Looking along the wall here, you can't see all the way through coming in. But you do see kind of, there are the occasional, like, shop or restaurant, and in between them are large glass pane walls, allowing you to see kind of outside. You can almost see, in the flashes of lightning, more buildings off in the distance in both directions. You all make your way inside, and around the wall there's a large area of tables in the center, and you can see put out from the wall, kind of surrounding this table area in kind of a semicircle, a collection of eateries, like your McDonald's, your Burger King, your Wendy's, like donuts, that type of thing. Things that people would get as like a quick bite. And you can see kind of more shops behind them. As you all kind of make your way through, you do see what looks like a door here and another door here. And heading into the area of the tables, kind of looking around, moving through, you do see 2 more doors heading off in this direction. You do see also down at the far end, kind of between the food stalls and food, I don't want to say cubbies, but like the little like mini like building setups, you do see the security entrance. Jim, as you are looking down here in one of the flashes of lightning, you do see perched on one of the poles, one of the small posts that, you know how you have those posts that they like have the almost like the elastic type of barrier that pulls out that they use in airports to make like the pathways for people to walk through. Perched on one of those, you see a familiar large rat just kind of perched, humanoid in size, just staring out at you all between the restaurant hubs. And there's another, as kind of as the light fades, you can still see its eyes gleaming in the darkness, and as the next lightning cracks across the sky, it seems to be gone again.
Well,
and that is where we are going to end that scene, is you all in the middle of the table area in the food court.
okay, good talk, everyone. We'll see each other next week.
All right. And we are going to establish truths now for scene 3, starting with Taylor and moving over to Kitsune, Jacob, Azeem, me, Taylor, and then that's it for this one. So these things are true. The world is dark.
Now I'm having to engage my thinking muscles. Let's see. I like my truths to be somewhat double-sided, or possibly double-sided. The rats have chewed holes in some of the employee area doors. Does that work?
Yep, that's fine. Kitsune.
Oh God.
Nope, he ain't here to help us now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Thanks, Taylor.
Hey,
So,
right side. I could have done this in the first scene.
Silent,
When would that
you're
ever happen?
saying the buildings are starting to fall apart.
They seem to be in a very abandoned, dilapidated state, even though that doesn't make sense, yes. Almost like you're all in like a long abandoned airport terminal.
Well, that just made me think of something to do with time.
Okay.
Like something along the lines of something along the lines of time is no longer accurate type of deal. As if we were just stuck frozen for way longer than just 10 days.
Well, I will say, you guys have been here 10 days. That is like,
That is a truth.
Okay, so
yeah, that's like an accurate thing. I will say, let's not try to pull this in too many directions. I am still trying to tie everything into one central truth about them.
true.
And right now, it's a possibility of rats, shadows, and I don't even know what else. There's a third one there somewhere. I forget what the third one is right
it's
now.
a fun den. I'll tell you that.
You know what? It's a heavy storm out. They're getting more active. Let's dick around with Billy a bit more.
Oh gosh.
Air raid sirens start going off.
Sure.
As
Just
in we
stick
can
around.
all hear air raid sirens, or Billy just hears
I'll
air
leave
raid?
that up to Silent.
That's up to
Okay.
me. Jacob.
For once, I'm not going to screw the people, our team over with a truth that's going to make it more difficult for us. In
Well,
scavenging the food court, we find more batteries for the flashlights.
okay. Azeem.
I don't even know what to do anymore. I'm sorry. Trying to take a look at the truths we already have to see what I can come up with. So we have the rats are already chewing holes in some of the service doors. We have air raid sirens. We have new batteries. Grr. Kind of covered everything just about. Heck with it. We'll just say Jack has his 4 Molotov cocktails now. Sorry, I really can't think of anything else at the moment.
Jack has fashioned his bottles of... Did you specify what they were? Yeah, vodka. Into... God, I don't know how to spell this.
Molitov. Molotov.
Thank you.
MOLO, actually.
Molotov?
Yes.
My bad.
Okay. Let's see here. You all begin to hear the sounds of splashing from down in the tramway.
Oh, if that's a crocodile, I have to jump on its back.
No, you don't. Get your Aussie ass back here.
Already going.
And
Oh my-
Taylor.
This is a difficult one. It's we've had so little progression that
Yeah. You guys went through a door.
I had no inspiration. I'm sorry.
I'll be honest, that's why I just did air raid sirens, because I couldn't think of anything better.
Let me check something real quick.
Though I did think of something else I could do, but I'll just have to wait till next time. Somebody quickly fail again.
That can be arranged, comrade.
That's a very real possibility in this game. Careful what you wish for.
I mean,
It has an ever-increasing chance of coming true.
This is difficult. I'm trying to think of something good that won't completely screw us over, but also won't be like boring or just super beneficial to us. Here's an idea in silent. Feel free to just nix this and I'll pick something else. They begin to speak through the child.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. And
Remember, I know what they are, so I'm trying to keep something that like sort of stays in that general wheelhouse.
And 3, 2, 1.
And
We are alive.
Five.
Yeah, it's even worse than the second time.
I'd say that was probably better.
I don't think it can get as bad as last year.
Not the first one, at least.
All right. All right. You have all making your way into the food court area. Begin looking around. It's strange looking around. There are abandoned bags strewn pretty universally all over. Like people just kind of picked up and left their stuff where it was in their bid to either get out or get to wherever it was they were going. You can see food on some of the tables. Probably not great anymore if it's even edible, but it's almost like... And it's not like it's in disarray or a mess either. It's almost like people just stood up from where they were and went somewhere else. Food is half eaten at one table with, two suitcases placed next to the kind of semicircular bench at one of the tables. Another table you can see, there's two strollers parked next to it. Like a booster seat still in attached to the bench, and food, drinks still still placed where they would be if someone were just sitting down eating and just got up to go say hi to someone at another table. But it's pretty much the same state all around. You guys spend a couple of minutes searching. Jasper, you do manage to find, as you're all looking around, one piece of luggage that isn't locked. And kind of opening it up, you kind of rummage through. There's what you would kind of expect. There's travel toiletries in one bag, and a few spare sets of clothing. You also find what seemed to be an extra set of batteries that could probably work in the smaller handheld flashlight.
Oh, check it out! A 4-pack of Duracells.
Jack, as everyone else is kind of searching around, you've kind of gone over to one of the tables. It seems like it's pretty empty. A little bit closer to the tramway, and pulling out the bottles of vodka and some of the paper and spare clothes that you managed to collect on your way to here. You do start fashioning those into your Molotov cocktails. As you guys are all kind of looking around at what seems to be... It's still in this, the building itself is still in the same kind of derelict shape as the second half of the hallway was. But other than that, it's almost just like this area is like a time capsule of the moment when people left. Everything is untouched from where it was when they came, and it's almost like people didn't even run or flee. It's like they all just stood up and just kind of walked away. However, as you are all doing this, you all begin to see off in the distance. Not too far, but still, like, off in the distance. Probably at least a couple hundred, if not more, yards away. A tower light up. And you can see these bright red lights beginning to spin on top of it, kind of cutting through the rain and the darkness. And you begin to hear sirens blaring.
That's not a good sound.
Oh, I didn't even think this town had any sirens like that.
Boy, what'd you guys say? I can't hear you over that ringing sound.
Another tower on the opposite side of where you are, almost equal distant, lights up, and you hear the same sirens kind of blaring from there.
Alright, somebody's definitely trying something. God damn it.
You know, I'm just gonna say, but usually when that sound arrives, it's a bad sign, and usually means to get the heck out of Dodge. I say we stop moving quickly. Where's that service entrance? Oh, by the way, Jim. Or Bobby.
Don't call me Bobby.
All you look like Bobbies to me. Here, and I hand him the 4 Molotovs. In case of emergency, light the little clothy things and throw them at whatever the heck is possibly threatening you.
He just sort of like nods his head.
You're the only one with a lighter here. Well, aside from, and I take like 2 of the bottles real quickly and pass them to Jasper. I forgot, you have the torch.
Yeah, that might be helpful, yeah. Good old mollies, huh?
Yep. Learned how to make them in the Outback.
I'm just gonna like reach down and grab one of the like empty backpacks and sling it over my shoulder and I like stick one upright in there and then hold the other one in my hand.
Are you emptying the backpack?
Can I find an empty backpack? Or can I just empty the one that they found the clothing and stuff in?
That was found in a piece of luggage. But yeah, there are backpacks scattered around. You can just empty one out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, no, you pick up a backpack a couple tables over, just kind of dumping the contents out. And you said you're putting the Molotovs in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Just,
Quick
like
question.
if there was like a shirt or something in the backpack, or we found some in the cloth we found, I just sort of wrap it around them so they don't bump against each other and shatter, because that could be bad.
Yeah, easy enough. Easy enough to do. But as you are all handing these out and getting these all situated, right above the food court area, another one of those red lights begins spinning, almost looking like one of those 2-directional lighthouse beacons, just kind of spinning, and the sirens start blaring through the terminal.
Alright, let's just go! Move!
Alright.
I'll just say this: you can.
At this point,
Sorry, go ahead.
who has the lights?
I have the small flashlight. Billy has the big
I know I have a
flashlight.
big one.
And Jasper has the torch.
Alright,
I have a
Jasper. You see kind of on the edge of the radius of light given off by this torch, some of the eyes start to blink out. And you can hear scampering heading towards the right, and what almost sounds like scratching and scurrying, and then they almost sound muffled a bit. Jack.
Question.
Well, first of all of you begin to hear what sounds like splashing footsteps coming from back a little ways the way you came. Probably like they're halfway between you and the door. Jack, you are able to actually identify where these footsteps are coming from as the lights heading down to the tram, like the lights that illuminate the staircase and the platform and such, all seem to have flickered on and come to life.
They're heading down to the tram.
That's what it looks like.
Wait, the lights or the footsteps?
The footsteps seem to be coming from down in the tramway, but the lights heading down to the tramway and the tram platform, Jack, they're all on. They all just kind of flickered on.
I call out to the, well, hang on a second here. The way Jack is, I think he really would, so, yeah. Jack will call out to the group, Oi, hang on! Look, you guys see that? And he points towards the direction of the lights that he sees, at least.
Do I see the lights?
Nope.
I don't see what you're seeing, man. It's all in darkness down there.
Oh,
Are you
again,
seeing
huh?
light again?
I'm seeing lights. And look, man, I think we need to go this direction. I think the lights will help show us the way.
When you found those flashlights, you said there was a light over that help desk, right?
Over Franklin and the child as well. Yes, the whole area was lit up,
Yeah,
leading us towards
gate,
them.
The whole gate was lit up to you.
That's ink bit there.
Now, maybe it's whatever the heck going on is fooling us or whatnot, but in my book, light is good, especially in a dark world like this.
Jim, Billy, what do you think?
I'm assuming only Jack can see the lights on the tramway.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But Billy will turn and say, well, not really say anything, just nod.
Well, I'm still a bit nervous about going anywhere underground at this point.
As am I, Bobby. But I'm telling you, I think this is the right way for us to go now.
Well,
Alright, Jim and Jack, you take the lead. I'll be right behind you with the torch. Jim, you stick with Franklin and the child behind me. Billy, you take up the rear.
well, it sounds like a plan. I won't like it much, but I don't like any
Alright.
other options much.
Alright, Jim, if this does turn out to be a lemon, we double back and take another route immediately, okay? I don't
Alright,
like
so
the feel of this either, but the last few times we had you saw a light, it was helpful, so I'm gonna trust this.
Well, at the very least, whatever Jack's seeing is accurate the last couple times. So,
You all hear what sounds like a door slamming shut over to your right.
Hey, shit!
that's where the that's where
I
Jim
have a
heard the
question.
rats run to.
Okay, regarding our
Jasper, but yes.
Oh, sorry, Jasper.
you said these lights are coming on. How bright are they?
Well, only Jack sees them.
No, I'm talking about like the red lights for the siren.
I mean, they're there. They're not like greatly illuminating the place. It's more like a sweeping like flashlight beam.
So just enough to kind of illuminate their immediate area, but not much else.
Yeah, and they're up on the ceiling, so they're, 15, 20 feet above you. So it's not like they're illuminating the ground a whole lot.
Oh, I thought the lights inside the tram area, if you will, were lit up.
Yeah, he was asking about the air raid siren light.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Well, whatever we're doing, we should leg on. I'd rather not stay in this area with these alarms going off.
You should stay above ground.
Okay,
I'm
where'd
sorry,
that
what?
come from? Who's just said that?
Oh, it wasn't me. Turned to Franklin. You say something, mate?
You turn to look at Franklin?
Yeah.
He's not there.
Oi, Franklin! Franklin, where'd you go?
Oh, it doesn't bode well for the Oh!
Wait, where's Jerry? Jerry, where are you?
Yeah, is the kid still there?
Seems to be sitting on, Wait, which one of you had been closest to Franklin? Like walking,
speaking?
like walking next to him, like standing next to him.
That would have been me, given our marching orders.
Okay.
Okay. Jim, that voice actually was like right next to your ear.
What the bloody devil?
And you're looking for the kid? Yeah, you're holding him.
What the bloody devil?
Would have Billy seen anything? Cause he's standing right behind Jim and where Franklin and the kid were.
Yeah, you watched the four of you come into this room. Jim was carrying a child. But you also saw all of you come in with Franklin carrying the child.
One of these things is not like the other.
Now we all see that Franklin is missing.
Put the kid down.
Okay. Yeah, Billy, you're almost seeing two overlapping timelines, if you will. You have one timeline where you guys found Franklin and this child, and all of you made your way in here, but Franklin's not here anymore, and it's almost like overlapping, like kind of causing a little bit of static in your head. Where you guys just found an abandoned child at one of the gates. And Jim carried him down.
What the hell is going on here, comrades?
I'm gonna just put the kid down.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
Billy's kind of gonna put his hands up to his head, saying, I'm remembering, like, two different things. I don't know how, but I remember you just picking up the lad, and then we walk here. But I also remember coming across Franklin, and us all walking here together.
Wait. So you're saying Franklin was never here? And yet he was?
Right,
I-
I don't know what's going on, but we should probably get out of here one way or the other. And,
And
Well-
quickly.
What about the brat?
At
Take him
least
with us.
bring him with.
I'm afraid he's got something to do with whatever's going on with the weirdness in everyone's heads.
As you all look at the child is just kind of sitting there smiling on the table where you put him, Jim. He's just kind of looking at all of you, smiling. Stay above ground.
And we all see him say that?
You all see the child say that, and then you all kind of like taken aback, like take like a half step back and blink, and you all just see kind of Franklin sitting there holding the child. I thought we weren't going to go into the tramway. I thought we were just going to stay in the terminal. But what if it's flooding down there?
Oh, it probably is, mate. But I got a feeling that's the right way for us to go. Plus, I mean, did you just hear what Jerry said?
I mean, he's just been sitting here in my arms.
Boy, this is getting a little messed up, mate. Oh,
Right, I wasn't feeling so good about going into the tramway originally, but I'm going to vote. Let's not do what the creepy vision child says.
I'm going to have to agree with you there, mate.
Duh.
I mean, he hasn't made a peep.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You weren't here. You literally disappeared, Franklin.
Some
a
weird
few
crap's
moments,
going down.
And there's
I've been
something
sitting.
weird.
I've been sitting here the whole time. I came in here with you all.
I walk over
That's
and
the weird part.
sorry. I'd like to walk over and like put my hand around Franklin's shoulder and even like tickle the kid a little bit while I'm walking over. Do the whole Gucci Gucci Goo type thing. Not creepily.
That's a weird response.
Yeah, the child just kind of giggles and claps a little bit. Yeah, you put your hand on Franklin's shoulder.
And I can feel Franklin's shoulder, correct? I'm just gonna make sure that happens.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just gonna kind of not quite whisper, but not like bellowing it out either, despite the air raid sirens going off around us. Oi, Franklin, looky, mate. There's some weird stuff going on around here. So I'm sure you noticed the light's been out for 10 days. It's not exactly normal. This rat pack here that keeps on following us around, not exactly normal. So I'm one to just go ahead and take anything anybody says at this point on faith, just about. Which is why I really think you and Jerry should follow us. If you're uncomfortable, oi, man, take the service, take the employee service routes like you had talked about earlier, mate.
I mean,
But-
if we want to go to the trams, we can. It's just I thought we didn't think they were the best option.
Oh, I
Oi,
didn't think so
probably,
either.
I don't think there's any best option anymore, mate. But trust me when I say I think this is the option we should go with at the very least right now. So come on, and I kind of start gently nudging him.
Well,
to-
whatever's going on is kind of pointing us in that direction, or pointing us to stay above ground, and I'm not sure which one we should listen to, but some people in the group thinking this is a good idea. They heard someone down there. We could at least check it out.
And like I said a moment ago, if it does turn out not to be the best choice to go with, we just double back and we take the service, like we originally planned.
I mean, I'll stick with you guys wherever we're going.
That's a brave mate. Let's get going. And I kind of start, not dragging, but like encouraging him along and start moving towards the tramway.
As we go towards the tramway, I'm going to distinctly avoid standing near Franklin.
Okay.
Well, you can always check with Billy to swap positions.
Yeah, no, you all make your way over to the steps. There's a center staircase leading down into the darkness, and what look like two no longer functioning escalators, one on either side.
It's functioning to me.
Escalators don't break down; they just turn into stairs.
It's interesting. The escalators are currently running, Jack. Except you remember distinctly on the tram, there's one escalator that comes up and one that goes down at each terminal.
Right.
Both of them are going down.
Interesting.
That's some kinds of fucked up there.
Well, I'm the only one who sees that, though. Again, just like
Yeah.
I'm the only one who sees the lights right now. I'm going to go ahead and let go of Franklin and jump onto the escalators, not even thinking that I should mention that to the others at the moment, and let them take me down.
Okay, now I have to know how that actually looks to us.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
Jack, you hop onto the escalator and it slowly begins taking you down. And you can see probably 30 yards away from you, kind of at this downward diagonal angle, the lit platform. And it's slowly bringing you down like escalators do. The rest of you see Jack go and stand on this dead escalator. And he doesn't start moving down, but he just kind of starts almost flickering in and out.
Or Jack, you all right, mate?
And
I
then
am fine, though this is taking a bit longer than I'd like.
you guys, you reply, you hear them call out, Jack, and you
Oh,
reply,
sorry.
Jack, you are calling up from, like halfway down probably at this point.
Oh, really? Wow, okay, so they're moving faster than I thought.
The rest of you hear him, it's almost choppy in what you hear. You hear, "Oi, I'm right." Like as he's flickering in and out, what he's saying is chopping, and it sounds like he's just standing at the top of this escalator. And
Okay, who cast Blink?
after he kind of flickers a couple more times, you see him just start to slowly begin to fade.
Jasper's going to reach out and grab Jim or Jack by the shoulder.
Okay, make me a
Why
roll.
did we all choose J names?
Oh no! It's my first roll.
I don't know, and yes, Jacob, make me a roll. You have 7 dice.
The spookiest thing about it is like there was no coordination or planning. We just all happened to choose. Oh, you got a 6.
Okay,
Yeah, but I got 2 1s, and I don't think anything teamwork wise is gonna help me re-roll those.
You can kind of
I
just
mean-
say something like you look to Jack, who kind of reaches out to help you,
Jim.
or something like that.
Or
He's trying to grab Jack.
Yeah.
Or not Jack, Jake, Franklin. Sorry. Franklin, Billy.
Jim.
I'm going. Yeah, I will do that. So I am going to look to the rest of the party before grabbing him, and then pretty much like make the move. It's like grab him quick. All right, so
We'll reach out and help by like grab onto his other arm.
re-rolling 2d6.
Yay!
Okay, you don't lose
Okay.
any dice. However,
Woo!
you did roll a single 6. I also rolled a single 6.
What?
What happens with ties?
So I have narrative control.
Damn it!
I'd be
What
very
if it's
interested to
success?
see what happens either way, honestly. So
I kind of want to feel like it would be super great if we just warped down to the bottom.
yeah, something like that, you know.
Stop taking my narration.
Sorry.
I'm not narrating. It would be cool. There's difference.
That's our cue to niche.
Now I'm thinking if I still want to do what I was gonna do.
Darn it.
Yeah, fuck it. This is not gonna be as nice.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Jack, you are just kind of reaching the bottom of the escalator and kind of step off onto the platform. You can see, what looks like a very pristine platform. There's no luggage loose or anything. There's a few benches spaced along. And you do see kind of off in the distance, you kind of hear a slight rumble. And you can see the tram light as the tram seems to be like approaching the station. As you kind of step down onto the platform, beginning to look up, trying to see if like everyone else is on their way. Like, come on, guys! Like,
It's taking so long.
the rest of you all quickly reach out for Jack as his body is blinking and fading out up at the top of the escalator. As you all kind of like reach out and grab him, trying to pull him off, Jack, you feel a bunch of people grab you and pull you backwards away from the stairs and the escalators, as the lights kind of blink out. You all kind of pull.
Like I try to fight back, or
You all kind of
just
pull
you.
Jack backwards. Jack, you're freaking out because you're now down on this platform with something yanking you into the darkness. Everyone else, you guys are still just pulling Jack. However, I will say in the light, you guys can see that you're now pulling Jack away from the base of the escalators.
What the hell?
But yes, Jack, something is just grabbing you and yanking you into darkness right now.
And I'm at the bottom still at the moment, but the lights have gone off now.
Yeah, you went down to the bottom riding the escalator. Everyone else was just waiting for you at the top for whatever reason. You called up to them, and then the lights blinked out and something grabbed you and is yanking you into darkness.
Can I try to grab... Well, I don't know if this is quite something I can do at this point, but like I try to like first fight off it, but I'd also want to like look around and those sign poles they have that just have that single stand on them. Like, try to grab that and swing it around me to knock off whatever's grabbing me in the dark.
Sure, make me a roll.
Alright, cool.
Oh boy.
This is the part where you failed, right? Come on.
Jasper's gonna die.
Yep.
Oh no!
Let's see here.
The question is, how does this failure actually look?
You do have.
I'd like to try to do something here, if I may, and say that, not being very tech savvy and not really thinking it through too well, what I end up actually grabbing is, what I think is a pole, but it's actually one of those old, center, telephone, booth stands, and I actually grab the telephone itself with the cord still on it and start swinging that around me.
Okay.
And I use that as my vice, not tech savvy.
Sure. Go ahead and re-roll your 1 die.
I'm gonna laugh. Is this actually a 6?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, guys. I figured I'd give it a try.
You gave it a shot. Alright.
Okay, so this is gonna
Well,
be
you've
really
got that telephone.
interesting
You can call Ghostbusters.
Yeah. I call up Jerry. Jerry, something happening to me. Help me, man. Oh wait, no, you're not the one I want to call. And I hang up.
Alright, yeah, no, you all kind of like, what the fuck? Kind of looking around as Jack reaches out and grabs something. Looks like he's grabbing like an old like telephone from a telephone booth. And Jasper, the next thing you know, he's whipping around, swinging this telephone wildly around him. He does, as he brings the telephone back, he does crack it across your chest, kind of knocking you back, knocking the wind out of you. And he kind of just immediately like hits the edge of the cord length, and it just kind of rips it and bounces it back towards this booth. As Jack, you now see you made contact with something and kind of getting your bearings, and you see you've just slammed the phone into the Jasper's chest, who's now knocked backwards down onto the ground, gasping for air. As you all kind of are like trying to figure out like what the fuck is happening, the tram that you saw earlier, Jack, you all now like see this light beginning to, still muted, it's just kind of illuminating like the edge of the platform, like right up to where you are. The tram rolls into the station, kind of and you can hear like it splashing through water.
Out of curiosity, am I at the top of the stairs now, or am I still at the bottom? And I'm just seeing upstairs what happened.
No, you are all at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Now you're thinking with portals.
And that is going to end the scene as the tram running and splashing through what sounds like probably about a foot of water just kind of rolls into the station. And we're gonna do truths.
Wow, that was really sad. Sorry, guys.
Hey, sometimes they go fast. At least it wasn't the first scene, first roll, the first scene, and
Yeah.
the first session.
Yeah.
All right. Azeem.
Honestly, though, I didn't really want to fight it too much because, honestly, it was kind of cool what was happening. Even from a Cthulian perspective, it was actually kind of cool.
Azeem, you have the first truth.
Alrighty. So, as I understand this game, I'd like to do something a little bit different.
You want to say all dice results are 6s? You can't do that.
No. What I'd like to say and do instead is, I don't know how you want to rule this, but the simplest version at the moment is Franklin and Jerry survived.
Survived what?
Survived what?
Just the whole thing, basically.
Like
The whole game?
The whole game?
That was kind of my thought. I don't know how exactly, if that's even possible, if the NPCs die as well. I know we all technically, well, spoiler alert.
Yeah, you can.
I'll be honest, that's a little too broad, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say they survived. and then I'll take extreme liberty in what they actually survived. Like, they survived going through the security to get to the terminal. They survived the car rides to the airport.
They survived so far. That is true.
They've survived the first 4 scenes.
Okay. So that wasn't going to work then. If you're going to die, maybe somebody could live, but okay, fine. I tried.
Just so you're aware, in a game of 10 candles, like, the character, like, this is a snapshot of what's happening in the world.
Yeah.
10 candles is basically an apocalypse event.
Yeah.
Like, this is the great filter hitting humanity and saying, get the fuck out of my universe.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't quite certain if something like that would work, so okay. So that idea doesn't work. Crap. How about just a man greets us at the train itself, or tram.
Okay.
Or a man was waiting by the tram for us, or something like that.
In the tram.
That I was kind of trying to figure out something to do with the foot sounds we heard earlier. So
the man greets everyone at the tram. Okay.
I don't know. It kind of feels like we've hit most of the big notes by this point. I'm kind of running out of truths here. Sorry.
Thinking I have a few ideas. I'm trying to think of which one I want to use for the narrative.
Yeah. Azeem, truths can be big or small, to be honest.
Everyone boards the tram.
Okay, cool.
I'm thinking I want to do something wacky with this, but this is very much, again, going to depend on DM approval.
Okay.
After we board the tram, we're greeted by our conductor, Franklin.
Ooh, I like that. Like it's the same Franklin.
Yes.
Ooh, I really like that, actually. That's a good idea. Okay, that sparks my imagination a little bit.
Lots of people greeting everyone at the tram.
Well, this is a little different. This is the guy who's actually running the tram is Franklin.
I know, but lots of people greeting the group at the tram.
Yeah.
We're basically using this seat as a way to say hi. Hi, how's it going? Hi.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
how's it going?
Oh, I've got a cool idea when it's my turn.
Kitsune.
Oh no, I don't know what I want to do. Everyone's just being people, and
People have a tendency to be people, yes.
this would up the creepiness factor, but I don't know how well it would be, so this is up to you. The blood-stained uniforms of Billy's comrades are on the tram. I don't know.
You
Like,
really
my
want
mind-
Billy to suffer.
Like, I don't know. My mind is going blank. Like, I know that's not a good one. Would there... I don't know. You know what, screw it. There are supplies on the tram.
There's supply. Which one do you want to use?
Supplies.
Okay, what kind of supplies?
I am going to leave it vague. Just there's some sort of supplies we can use on the tram.
It's a DM fiat. Got it.
Yay! I
Yep.
get to make someone roll to figure out what supplies there are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Looks at a pile of supplies just sitting there. Gee, I wonder what these are. Reality rakes. Dang it, not again.
Dang it, Jack! Stop walking into the dark!
And Jacob.
All right. So here's what I'm going to put forward. You notice there are points where Franklin was with us, and then the point where Franklin wasn't with us. Well, now we're introducing a tram conductor, Franklin, who is the same Franklin who came with us. My truth is that tram conductor Franklin is only on the tram greeting us at the points of times of our memory where we only found the baby and not Franklin. In other words, if we're right now, we just suddenly poured it down to the bottom of the stairs, Franklin's not with us. It's just the baby. And we're being greeted by Franklin as if we're meeting him for the first time.
And Jim's holding the baby again.
Yep.
Oh, I am not. I avoided the child so that it would go to the next person, which admittedly is a very good reason to have him actually be the one holding the child.
Alright.
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just trying to figure out how to write it down.
That was a big one, honestly.
Pretty much the easiest way to put it is tram conductor.
Let me write it down.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, so tram conductor Franklin is only there or in memory when Franklin is not. Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
And we are alive.
And we are alive.
Live.
Oh, that was really bad, sorry.
Sure. That was the 4th candle going out.
Is it just me or are all these candles kind of going out a little quick this
Hey, last session we only lost 2. Now we're losing all of them.
This happens. I haven't asked for that many rolls.
Yeah,
I've asked
I've only
for
got
3 rolls, and you failed 2 of them. An 86 and 76, so...
I want it on the record. It wasn't my roll. It failed.
I mean, you die the same either way, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay no matter what. I'm actually quite enjoying this. Surprising.
It is very fun.
I'm not a huge horror fan, but this is turning out to be surprisingly enjoyable despite its Cthulhian vibe.
Oh, it's a very fun system.
And I like to think it's a very fun them.
It is. Alright. As all of you... kind of Jasper on the ground, still trying to get air. All of you trying to figure out like what exactly is happening. The tram finishes rolling up to the station. You can hear it now kind of sloshing through water in the tramway. The doors slide open. You can see a figure on the other side of the doors, and as the doors finish opening and you all kind of like, whoever has flashlights points the flashlights into the tram. You see Franklin standing just inside of the tram. Except he's dressed differently than you all remember. He's dressed like he's the conductor for the tram.
Jasper's going to notice this. He's going to look back towards where Franklin was with them before. More specifically, since Joseph's staying with them, where Franklin was before towards the gym.
Yeah, you look around for Franklin while you're trying to catch your breath, Jasper. You don't see any sign of him, but you do see kind of Jim walking around carrying a backpack slung over one shoulder and a baby on the other.
Good.
I'm sorry, that's a funny visual image. Just sling the kid over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. So,
You
that
know,
happened
an
again.
event. As hold up. As you're kind of noticing this, the doors of the tram are all kind of sliding open. The lights on the tram kind of flickering, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you're not sure how the tram is getting power, but the lights on it are kind of flickering. And you see kind of Franklin standing there with a wide grin on his face. Welcome. Step aboard and we'll make our way. Which terminal are you heading to?
E terminal.
Oh, certainly we can. This tram runs all the way from D all the way to back to the main hub for the airport, and all 4 terminals. So I can certainly take you there. You sir, where are you heading? You see he's kind of speaking over you all. Kind of turning, you see a relatively well-dressed gentleman kind of standing behind you. Kind of slicked back hair, short kind of chin strap beard, wearing a relatively nice suit.
No, it's the Rat Man again. I mean,
I really wanted him to do the Rat Man, actually. I should have said it was the Rat Man. Oh, well.
Relatively nice suit. Kind of a red dress shirt underneath, kind of like a charcoal ash colored suit. Similar colored slacks. Black dress shoes, black tie on. I'll be making my way to Terminal B, thank you.
just to clarify, we said we're going to D, and he said he's going to B, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Those are very easily mixed up over voice connections sometimes.
I will say, from what you're aware, Terminal B doesn't have power.
Well, I mean, neither does this tram, so whatever.
Yep. Certainly, I can make a stop there as well. Come on board, and you see the man kind of nod to Franklin and step onto the tram. Makes his way over to one of the ends and kind of sits down on the little lip, kind of crosses his hands in front of him.
Okay, I will hand the child to... Oh no, let's say Jack. I'll hand the child to Jack. and then go into the train muttering under my breath.
Alright.
Oh, I'd take the kid, yeah.
Billy will follow Jim after giving like a shrug and just following.
Yeah, I take the
Alright.
kid, I go to the tram, eagerly. Or, actually, wait, no, I first help, Jasper up.
Thank you.
Oi, where'd you all come from, first of all, and were you the ones who were grabbing onto me? How'd you get down here so quick?
Yes. And let's get on the tram first.
And I kind of, like, give him a shoulder while I'm carrying the kid in the other arm.
Oh, jeez, you got a hell of a haymaker, especially with the fucking phone hook.
Oh yeah, I thought I was grabbing a pole or something, but turned out to be quite a bit smaller. Lucky for you, hey, mate.
Look. Yeah. Ah, swear, goddamn swear the sternum. Ah!
Yeah, so I help Jasper into the tram as well.
Yeah, no, you all make your way onto the tram. Despite the flickering lights, you can see kind of the gentleman kind of sitting at one end. The tram seems relatively clean. It's completely empty from what you can see other than the five of you. Franklin is kind of at the other end, kind of opening up, kind of fumbling with a key, uses it and opens up like a sliding door and kind of closes it behind him. You kind of hear his steps kind of fall off as he's getting further away, out of sight, presumably getting towards the front of the tram to start kind of driving it off. And the doors slide closed behind all of you. The gentleman kind of...
Sorry. Go ahead.
The gentleman looks up. So what's all of your destinations?
Just heading back home. Seminar, whatnot.
It's always nice to head home. It's somewhere we all have to go eventually. Kind of gives you a nod, kind of looks around to the rest of you.
I am just going where the wind takes me, if that makes any sense.
The man kind of gives you a curious look, Billy, as you kind of answer. Kind of nods. What about the rest of you?
Oh, well, I don't know about heading home or anything, but I'm just trying to make it to Terminal D. They said the plane was ready and fueled up to leave from.
I mean, there are many places where planes are fueled and ready to leave. Is it your...
What about you, mate? Where are you from? And where are you going?
Good night, Joe.
Yeah, I somehow went southern with that. I'm trying to figure out how the heck that happened.
Where did it come from? Where did you?
Well, I'm much like our friend here. I'm also on my way home.
Boy, where's home for you, mate? I swear to God, you say hell, and I'm getting off this tram right now.
I haven't been there in quite a while. I've been out on business, so but it'll be nice to return.
Alright, best of luck to you, mate. It's always good to make your way home.
I want to point out on a meta level, he didn't say he wasn't going to hell. He just said he hasn't been there in a while, which is concerning.
Jasper's gonna wave Jack over now and just kind of go, okay, Jack, while we were at, just quietly and whatnot, while we were at the top of the stairs in darkness, you just stepped onto the escalator and started flickering and fading. You were disappearing in front of us. We grabbed you. And the next thing I know, I got a fucking phone in my chest. And we're all at the bottom of the escalators.
Yeah, no, Jack, sounds like nonsense. You were riding an escalator.
Oh, yeah. No. Boy, mate.
On top of that, after we grab you, Franklin is gone. Jim's holding the baby again. And now Franklin's piloting the tram. It's almost as if we're shifting between two different universes, two different timelines or something. It's just so weird. I think you might actually be seeing the other side with the lights coming on just for you.
Boy, you might have something there at the end. Well, the whole starting part I don't know anything about, mate, but I've kind of given in to the madness, if you will, really.
Well, can you explain how we were suddenly ahead of you on the escalator?
Nope. Can't tell you other than somehow when you guys grabbed me, and like you said, somehow I'm seeing another side. All I'm seeing is lights working. I jumped onto the escalators, they started taking me down, I let you guys know, yeah, the escalators are working, just not as fast as I'd like. That was a bit of a misconception, because I was already halfway down by that point.
And then Jasper suddenly gets an idea. Wait a minute. It was raining and thunderstorming outside before we came downstairs, right?
Boy, that's right.
And Jasper's gonna look to the gentleman and go, out of curiosity, what's the weather like outside? I've been cooped up in this airport for so long, I just kind of completely forgot.
As you ask him this, the tram begins to kind of lurch forward and start moving, slowly beginning to kind of like pick up speed, kind of like subways do. The lights continuing to flicker. It's always so hot outside, isn't it?
It's like Texas heat, isn't it? When we go, so glad to get back to cooler climes, I'll be honest.
When was the last time we had rain here?
You can feel kind of the tram kind of begin to make a curve, and seemingly it's going pretty quick at this point, on its way to presumably Terminal B for this gentleman.
Oh boy.
Listen here, Jasper, mate. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would certainly love to get into some cooler climates. Hopefully sometime soon.
Agreed. And, thank you so much.
And just for the record, it really hasn't been humid around here, correct? Humid or hot too much? We just had the thunderstorm, that's all?
I mean, it's been pitch black for 10 days.
Yeah, but the temperature outside, though, hasn't been
I don't think any of us have gone outside in 10 days.
You haven't been outside in 10 days.
That is true. That is true. Okay, fair point there.
Yeah, you guys have been driving at this point now for like 3 or 4 minutes. The tram seems to still be picking up speed. The lights in the tram are continuing to flicker, kind of dim a little bit.
I go back to Jasper. Oi, mate. At some point, you just gotta go ahead and follow whatever your heart's telling you. That's what I've been doing. And it led us to Franklin, it led us to Franklin again, and so far it's been working. So, my opinion, at the moment, follow your heart, man. And I don't mean to sound like some American hippie. No offense.
None taken. I hate to say it. My heart's still saying we're in a shit ton of hell.
Billy. You're kind of standing a few paces away from the rest of the group, kind of holding on to one of the handbars. You feel a hand kind of rest onto your shoulder, and your body kind of locks up a little bit. All you can really move is your neck and your head.
Okay.
Are you going to turn around?
Gonna regret this, but
Loaded question.
yes.
It's a very loaded question.
You know, wait, what? Billy's, I'd say he's still recovering from that vision that he saw up in the terminal.
Well, you as you turn around, you see the gentleman who got on the tram with you all standing behind you. It's odd. He seems to just be kind of rooted to the tram, his hand just kind of resting on your shoulder, despite the fact that the rest of you all are either sitting or are holding on to either the standing bars or the hoops that are hanging down to help people keep their balance on the trams and subways. He just seems to be kind of standing behind you as you kind of turn and can see his face. You see him smiling, and you can see in the flickering lights almost like a gleam of red to kind of pass through his eyes. I've been traveling for so long. Everyone needs to return home eventually. And your vision kind of blacks for a moment, and everyone else, the lights on the tram all kind of blink out. Now the only sources of lights are the flashlights you have and the torch. Billy, you can hear this very clearly. Everyone else, it's almost muffled for you. The tram is, from what you can tell, it's continuing to pick up speed. Almost like it's just like rocketing forward at this point.
Guys?
It's the Wonka Vader all over again.
But all of you are able to hear Billy clearly, the rest of you muffled. It almost sounds like gunfire. Some crashes and bangs. Billy, they are very clearly explosions. And Billy, it doesn't sound like you're in a tram anymore. It sounds like you're in a jeep. One of the ones you would have used for transporting personnel. And you can hear kind of this gunfire.
I mean, an APC?
Whichever one he wants to take it as, APC, like a Humvee. You can hear the gunfire, the explosion. Sorry, I lost my track there when.
Sorry.
And Billy, you can start to see kind of this pulsing light outside of the tram. And the next thing you know, Billy, you see something slam up against one of the tram windows. Looks like a person. Kind of slam up against it and then slowly kind of drag backwards. The rest of you also. This is like the first like real loud noise you've heard is this crash up against the side of the tram, and you can kind of see what looks like half of a body kind of like clawing at the tram window and kind of sliding back along it. And you guys kind of hear another crash and see another body kind of clamoring at the tram window on the other side as more and more of these begin to slam into the side of the tram. You're only able to really make out what they are just a bit with the light you all have. Billy, you're the only one who can see this like pulsing red light from outside the tram that's really kind of illuminating all of the bodies that are now hitting the tram. You recognize a lot of them. They're people you served with. Some of them are wearing other uniforms, other clothes, civilian clothing, military uniforms from or groups that you were active in striking against. But all of these bodies, you can see in the light, some of them are torn in half, some of them are missing an arm. They're all partially rotted, bloodied. They're all trying to clamber onto the tram, trying to tear the windows out.
I'm assuming, well, in this, Billy feels like he's back in the war, still having all his military equipment, uniform, weapons, and such. Am I correct in guessing that?
Taking a look around, you do see, kind of at your feet, what looks like a pretty standard military crate. Whether it would be holding munitions, firearms, etc.
Billy will panically throw it open to find a weapon or anything. Are you wanting me to roll to do that, or?
Yeah, make me a roll.
Roll.
6 dice.
Statistically, you should get at least 1 6, but we all know that's not going to happen.
Nope.
Yep.
Wait, you can try to roll again.
No, I don't think there's any way. Wait, do I still see my friends?
He's at his.
But that
moment.
I don't think that would count as using my moment. You know, using it to try and save my friends.
Billy,
People are trying to kill you, maybe, yeah.
Billy, you throw open this crate. It's empty. There's just one, almost empty, as you're kind of sliding your hands around. There's one large combat knife at the very bottom, loose, that you do find and pick up. As you kind of look up, the clamoring bodies, which all of the rest of you saw these for like a brief second, and now it's just back to darkness in the tram as it's kind of rocketing forward. Billy, these things are still clamoring at the windows, and you can see as they're hitting the windows. For Billy, they're hitting the windows. For everyone else, the tram is starting to shake, and you can hear just this like hum as it's traveling through the water and jostling back and forth, almost feeling a few times like it's gonna come off the rails.
What the hell is happening?
I don't think.
Shush! You don't have any say in anything right now. It's me narrating. As the tram is rocking back and forth, eventually it gives a big rock and crashes. You hear crashing and shattering of glass as it slams into the side of the tunnel that it's in. One of the extended lights shattering the window next to you all. Billy, you see these forms punching through the glass, and a few of them starting to kind of crawl into the tram. One of them kind of skittering along the top of the wall. A couple of them just kind of like hauling themselves through this window. You kind of spin around holding this combat knife, and that is where we are going to end the scene.
I don't think we have a tram conductor anymore.
No, but Franklin's back.
I'm gonna say we meet Billy's squad leader, Franklin.
Yeah.
There you go.
None of
The guy got around.
I will say the rest of you only saw these like the first like body hit the window.
Too bad they didn't go for the door.
From what you were able to see in the light, the gentleman who is in the tram with you is not there. And you do not see Franklin still. As of the end of the scene.
Right.
And now we will do our truths. Kitsune.
Oh god.
But yeah, sorry about having to shush you there, Jacob. But once a roll is failed, the scene is over. No one else can do anything. It is just narration through the end.
Yeah, all it was just saying something, but you're right. It's all good.
The tram made it 3/4 of the way to Terminal D.
D or B?
Well, how long would you say we were on it? Because I was thinking it made it about 3/4 of the way to Terminal D.
You were probably on it realistically long enough to make it to like Terminal L. There is no Terminal L.
In other words, we've been spinning around.
So basically, yeah, we could have made it all the way.
Okay, so okay, yeah, the tram made it to Terminal D.
Okay. That's a pretty big jump, but okay.
Oh, sorry, if that's too big of a jump, I can.
No, that's fine. Jacob.
The train is forced to stop as the flooding of the tramway gets higher.
Um,
Uh,
The
We just
train
crashed.
already stopped. It crashed.
Oh,
well, no,
okay,
the tram is still. See, that's the thing. The tram is still moving. The tram is still
Yeah.
rocketing forward right now, but now it's suddenly made it to Terminal D.
yeah, that was the issue with the previous truth. I was
Oh.
trying to create a truth that forces it to slow and stop. So I was trying to tie that in with the flooding of the tramway because there's only so much it could do against growing water, right?
Tramway is quickly starting to flood more. Okay. I'm gonna take liberty with that first one.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Sorry.
Probably one of those things that's more like, "Welcome to Terminal D." No, not exactly what we were hoping for. Maybe, or maybe it is, and we were just hoping for the wrong thing.
I think part of the confusion was because Kitsune was technically in a Humvee. That is what rolled and crashed.
Well,
And-
nothing rolled and crashed.
Well, you said there was like breaking glass and whatnot.
Yeah, like I said, the tram was rocking back and forth, and the window hit one of those light fixtures that's on the side, and it shattered the window.
You said like
Oh,
something
okay.
rolled over. Okay. Yeah, see, we all kind of misunderstood that as the train rolled over. Got it. Okay.
I misunderstood it as it being the tram crashed.
Yeah, me too. Or I thought it was the car crashed, and we were just misunderstanding it as the tram crashed. But yeah, okay.
It's okay. The scene is basically over now. In the tram.
It's okay. None of us know what the heck is going.
Yeah. To be fair, none of us know what the heck is going on anyways, so.
It's method acting.
Dan, you're up for truths.
Kind of really wanted to do this as I was thinking about it because of what we're doing with Franklin now. Can I say Franklin is the pilot?
Sure. Franklin is the pilot.
Way to spoil my
God.
moment. Or,
Yeah, that's true.
That might be a bit much.
I'm actually going to have to reject that because
Yeah.
finding out who the pilot is specifically Taylor's moment.
Yeah, okay. Uh, shit. Crap, I am not doing well at this part of the game. I'm sorry, guys. The Dapper Man is gone?
Yes, he was already gone.
Yeah, okay.
good name for him though, the Dapper Man. I will have to be right back. I need like a minute or two. It's an emergency thing, so I will
Not a
be right
problem.
back.
Not a problem.
Okay, shit. So do I need to come up with another one?
Yeah.
Sheesh. I don't know. The Rat Man is following us. I don't know.
Okay. All right, there we go.
What's up?
The pilot is going to need ground lights to see the runway.
Making us go outside, guys. Should have a scare.
Y'all ever seen the Langoliers?
Yep.
Anyhow, that makes it my turn to come up with the truth.
No, actually, I think that's it.
That's the final truth.
Oh, hey, yay!
And
I don't even have to do anything.
And 3, 2, 1.
And we are
alive.
Okay.
By the way, Silent, I was going to suggest the main access way up to the thing be locked somehow.
No, it's okay.
It's all good. Oh, gee! That's loud!
I adjusted all of the audios before session 1, and they've all been too loud after adjusting. And they were not too loud when I adjusted them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright! So, this is happening now. Alright. So just so you're aware, I'm gonna need one person between Billy, Jack, and Jasper to do this. Billy, you reach in and you grab this combat knife, spinning up as the glass is shattering inwards, and you see these soldiers, civilians, all deceased, kind of starting to clamber into the train. The rest of you kind of see Billy as he kind of turns and is bending down, almost like he's looking for something, and he stands up, looking like he's holding something in his hand, but there's nothing there. The tram is it's continuing to rocket forward, and Billy's kind of looking at all of you, like with this murderous kind of glaze over his eyes. And he kind of takes like a staggering step towards all of you with his hand raised. And in just an instant, all of you kind of feel the tram lurch. And you can hear just this roar as the tram lurches, and you can feel it kind of buckling under your feet and throwing you all, pitching you forward. I need one person out of all of you, I'll say, out of all of you. I need one person to roll me a dire conflict.
Who's gotten to roll the least?
That would be me.
Go for it.
So I'm just rolling 5d6 again?
Yes.
I want to give him advantage? No.
Yay! Oh!
Okay.
Very good roll.
You did succeed. There is a downside, though.
You succeeded more.
I rolled a 6.
Oh, damn it. He's got control.
But does that mean we still kind of win the dire conflict, though? Or we lost the dire conflict now? I forget how the dire conflicts work.
We win, but he narrates how we win. So.
Okay.
It's not, I'll put it this way, it's not as bad as if you had failed.
Got it.
But as you hear this roar and the cars, the joint between the cars buckles as the train crashes into the D-terminal station. It pitches all of you forward. Thankfully, for the most part, you're all able to kind of at least give yourselves enough guidance in this crash. It's almost like the tram was going slower than it felt. Like it felt like this thing was booking it like a sports car through the tunnels. It almost doesn't feel like it was going that fast. But all of you are pitched forward, but manage to kind of brace yourselves and between like holding on to something to like break your self a little bit, or like avoid the bars or any of the seats, you all kind of crash down to the ground. I will say, however, Jasper, in the course of like trying to brace yourself for this fall, you do lose your grip on the torch. And as you pitch forward, it goes flying out the window.
Shit!
And
Well,
Billy,
it's awfully good thing I patted those Molotovs.
Yeah.
Billy, you were reaching down to grab this combat knife to deal with this attack of whatever these things were. The flashlight that you had, in your panic, you put it down to throw open this crate that seemingly has vanished along with this knife. The big industrial flashlight that you had also goes pitching forward, smashing into the front of this carriage, which is now kind of starting to buckle back down and slam kind of like off tracks and splash into the water, which, as you guys, your heads are all ringing and you're all disoriented and a little bruised, but nowhere near as bad as you could have potentially been. You can almost hear like splashing and running water all around you in this tramway. But the big industrial flashlight has smashed against the front of this car and is broken.
Well, gents, it was nice knowing you. We have no more light sources.
You do have the small handheld flashlight that Jack has.
And the lighter.
And you have a lighter.
And the Molotovs.
Those are technically light when you light them, yes.
Yes. Technically.
Technically, fire is light.
They'll stay lit for a little while, just, only in one place.
That depends if you throw them against something.
So very, very fuck.
But we kind of knew that from the
Wait, what the? Did you guys hear the music like pop right up as he's saying that?
Yeah, I did.
What? Hold on. I was hearing our whole conversation like echoed in my ears very loud just now.
Huh.
Great!
You are actually going mad.
Conversation like echoed in my ears very loud just now.
Yeah, that just happened to me now.
Oh, yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, we're all going absolute batshit insane.
I think we
I'm
call it
already there,
right?
so...
But yes, the tram has crashed. 2 of your light sources are gone. You're all bruised, shaken. Your ears are ringing. But through that ringing, you can hear kind of the splashing of water and water kind of running down the walls of the tramway, kind of under the tram.
Alright, we start acting now? Sorry.
Yep.
Waiting to see if there's any more.
Nope.
Okay. So first thing is to check on Jerry. Oh, we lost somebody. Who we lose?
We lost Taylor.
He might be restarting. Let's give him a moment.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be honest, at this point, I think Billy would be just... With just 2 of those attacks just in quick succession, I feel like Billy would just be... like, frozen in one place, like, unresponsive, if you guys know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Taylor.
Yeah, no, that was some grade A, what the crappery.
Your computer is now haunted.
Discord?
Discord doing its thing. Also, I turned Discord off, ended task in the task manager, and it was still going.
10 candles
Okay,
has
yeah.
haunted your computer.
Yes.
But yes, it's on over to you, all of you now.
Start picking myself back up.
Yeah, I checked to make sure that Jerry's still there in my arms and that he's okay, and then start checking on the rest of the group to help him out and try to crawl out the broken windows.
Jerry?
And yeah, the baby.
His name is not Jerry.
The baby.
Um,
He's been called Jerry this entire time. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
we
I've been called, just like I called Jim Bobby. I give everybody nicknames.
He is not.
He is not there. He is gone.
He's not in your
Tell me he
arms.
Also, please tell me he also flew out the window.
He's not in your arms. Actually, as you look around, you can see the child kind of like crawling along the like, you know how like at the front and back of trams they have like the especially for some cars they have like, if it's at the end, that big like wide arched seat.
Right. Okay.
It's just like kind of crawling along on the seat.
I try to make my way back over to him, pick him up, and bring him back to the rest of the group.
Yeah, no, you pick him up and he kind of smiles at you.
Oi, not supposed to head down here, I see, huh? Oh, come on. And check back on the rest of the group to see if anybody needs help.
Standing up.
Jim will like pick himself up and offer a hand down to Jasper to help him get up.
Thanks, Jim.
Oh, it's no problem. Welcome to George.
When we hit, when the lurch happened, it flew out my hand out the window. God damn it. What did we hit?
Based on the water, I don't think we should try to figure that out right now. If it reaches my bottom lip, I'm leaving you all behind.
I agree. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Here, Yank, take the child.
He picks the child up.
I make
Okay.
my way back towards the conductor room and see if I can find Franklin.
I am going to.
The conductor room is a few cars away from you, like ahead of you.
Oh, I thought like Franklin was like he just walked through a door. No? Okay.
He walked through a door before you all lost sight of him, heading towards the conductor room.
Okay. I pictured like we were right at where the
Oh
conductor
no.
place was. Nope. Okay, never mind then. I'm going to hope that Franklin makes it out on his own. Because that's probably means it's going to be quite a while to get to there. So I try to climb out of one of the broken windows or some way to get above the water more so. I don't know if the train's like laying on its side or what exactly.
The car you're in is upright, at
Okay.
the very least.
But we do have a broken window already,
And
correct?
how high is the water at this point?
A good question. You all notice that, like, right at the base of the door, because the doors in this crash, like the doors and the glass in them have shattered and everything. There seems to be just a little bit of water starting to kind of seep in, and like any kind of like undulation in the water ripple kind of like pushes a little bit of water onto the tram floor.
Oh wait, out.
I don't think it's too much of an issue right this second, but if we don't know how fast that'll change.
So yeah, make our ways out the broken windows. I try to kind of cling to the side of the tram, at the moment at least, and I want to try to crawl along the side of the tram so I'm not in the water necessarily. I don't know exactly how deep the water is going to be as far as that's concerned.
The water is
Or like how
from the ground where like the tram actually sits to the door is like roughly like 2.5 feet.
Oh, okay, so it's not that bad then. Okay, good.
Also,
Then-
if we look out the doors and windows, can we tell how far the the actual platform we're intended to be at is from where we stopped?
It looks like you can see kind of right down probably 150 feet away, kind of like a flickering light of what looks like a platform. Jack, you said you were sticking your head out the window though.
Well, I'm kind of like starting to crawl out the window more so.
Well, keep in mind, the train is still upright, so the window is, like, if you crawl, like, out the window, it'll just be nothing.
Well, I mean, there's water below me.
There's water below you. I was just asking because as you stick your head out the window, you can see the torch in the water.
Oh, shit. I will go ahead and try to grab that.
Oh, well, it's still burning in the water.
I'll grab the not burning part.
And it looks like it's probably 7 or 8 feet down in the water.
Whoa.
Under the water or down towards
Under the water, and it still looks like it's sinking.
Is it worth it at this point?
point?
I'm the last one with a flashlight at the moment. No, we're not. Okay, so no. If it's not just like resting on a 3 feet down.
Well, keep in mind the water at this point, from what you all can tell, is probably about 2 to 2.5 feet deep.
Right. Okay. Yeah. What the hell? We're all gonna die anyways. I quickly pass my flashlight to whoever's closest to me. I think that would
be Jim as he's about to stick his head out the window.
Yeah, so I pass the flashlight to Jim, and I dive after the torch.
I was gonna say, you're still holding the baby.
Oh, Right, pass the baby to
The baby
Jim.
kind of tugs on your shirt. Don't go in the water.
Oi, don't you worry about me none, little lad. I'll be right back before you can blink. And I
Okay.
pass the baby to Jim, and I'm gonna go ahead and try to dive for the torch. What the hell? Why not?
Okay. Yeah. That's a good idea.
I mean, survival smarts will help with this.
That
But-
torch is gonna be very, very useful if I can get it.
All right.
Win big, lose big.
Make me a roll.
So are we angling to finish the game tonight then? A6.
Okay.
Do I want to go ahead and use my last one?
It's your moment, which ironically has come up like 3 times. But never-
Yes. Do I want to save that for a little bit later, though?
Well, keep in mind, when you try to achieve your moment, it is a check in and of itself that you have to pass.
Oh, okay. So I'd have to roll again anyways, basically.
We would have to as a group like start to direct the story towards your moment, and then like you can make your moment roll.
Yeah. It's more of like a big thing. But I
Okay.
do think it's ironic that you've basically done this like 3 times and it's never actually come up as a moment.
Yeah. I have noticed that. So, okay, so I should go ahead and hold off then, I'm assuming.
Well, you can't use it right now.
Okay. I don't know, but could I technically use my brink for this?
No,
No. Okay.
you cannot use your brink until you have used everything else.
Oh, okay. Right, my apologies. Alright, so no, I can't do anything, so we're stuck with those 2 losses.
Yes, you did roll
Okay.
a 6. You do succeed. I also rolled a 6.
Okay.
So you do succeed, but I have narrative control of what the success looks like.
Cool.
Jack, you dive into the water. Water that should only be like a couple feet deep. You should basically be diving in and slamming your head into the ground. But you kind of see this torch continuing to sink, getting further and further away. And you dive in after it. Jim, you kind of watch him dive in as he goes far, far deeper than he should be. Jack, you estimate you've probably gone down 9 or 10 feet by the time you finally catch up with this slowly sinking torch. Kind of grabbing onto the wooden part and looking around you. It looks like you're in this big, vast, endless water underneath the tramway. It shouldn't be here. You have your little bubble of light from this torch, but the already like seemingly muted light is even more so muffled by the water all around you. You have just enough light to light up your immediate tiny bubble around you of a foot. I will say, did you want to try to make your moment roll? So where you are down in the water, looking up. It's pitch black. All you can see around you is pitch blackness.
Okay.
I'm
I'm not opposed to it because honestly, in my opinion, this is him following the light has already led us this way. So it's more like, in my mind, I can see it still working because I'm following the path. This is the path that led us here. This is the right way. We're supposed to be going this way. I still have hope because I know I am doing the right thing.
Okay, and as you dive down into the water, you start like spinning around, swimming upwards. It's like no matter how far you swim, it's still just this inky blackness all around you.
Can't really tell which way is up and down. So, yes, I'm okay with using my moment. Yes,
The rest
if
of you,
so fitting.
yeah, Jim, you watch as Jack dives off the tram, swimming down and down, and eventually disappearing from sight. This tiny speck below of what once was the torch that he dove in after. You have no sign of Jack anymore. And time passes 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. There's still no sign of Jack. Jack, you're under the water with this torch. You're letting out small bursts of air from your lungs, but they're starting to burn as you're still lost under the water. As all of you see and hear kind of this hum in the air as the lights above the tram start to flicker to life. Jack, I need you to make me a roll.
Alright, how many am I rolling?
Same as a normal check. 3.
3. Alrighty. Let's go for it. No.
Ooh.
That's bad.
The light has betrayed you.
I mean, unless I use my brink or something like that, but not at this point. I don't think. I don't think that would work.
Right. Jack, you are trapped in this inky blackness. The lights begin to sputter to life and then sparks. And they go back out above the rest of you. There's still no sign of Jack. It's been now over a minute.
Alright, I'm going in after him.
Alright, yeah, Jim, you put the baby
Ah.
down, dive overboard into the water, swimming towards this tiny speck. You see kind of the torch floating there in the water with Jack, whose eyes are kind of dimming and closing, and he's struggling to keep them open. You grab onto him, pull him back up to the surface, kind of pull whatever remnants of metal there are on the door aside, hoisting him into the tram, barely conscious, kind of gurgling up bits of water from his lungs. And you go and you begin to hoist yourself into the tram. And you feel something grab onto your leg, struggle. Manage to grab one of the poles inside. And as Billy and Jasper see you struggling to get out of the water, they rush over, grab your arms, and yank you up. You look back, Jim, and you just see these pointed ears and these two glowing eyes just kind of staring back at you that dip back below the surface of the water outside the tram. and you kind of look down. Your shoe is gone. The bottom of your pant leg torn, and there are just 3 long gashes along your leg. These long cuts that are just bleeding profusely, and you kind of stagger backwards, kind of rubbing away the blood from your leg. The rest of you just see like his pant leg is torn, and you kind of wipe the blood away, and the gashes are gone. And you kind of shake your hand like you would if it is wet and it's just water. And that's where the scene is going to end.
Oh my goodness, we are just blazing through these, aren't we?
We
Hey,
are.
Big risk, big reward. Maybe we'll see.
I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to save that, actually saving him for the next scene, because then I could use my vice of cluelessness to be like, not really overthinking the fact that there's a giant freaking pool of water underneath us, but
Yeah.
I will never ever actually get to use anything on my rolls.
I thought you wanted to dive in, like you wanted to be the one to dive in after him.
That's what I was going for, but I kind of thought we'd be like, okay, end of the scene, start of the next scene, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's just one of the few instances I could think of where Clueless could actually help with the role.
You just have to tie it into the narrative.
Like I've done every single time so far.
And I could have used my moment as well if that would have failed.
Jacob should probably get rid of teamwork on there, though.
I have no idea how to do
Jack, delete it.
it. It's not mine to delete.
I'm saying Jack, Azeem, needs to delete it.
Needs to delete what?
Under
Delete my teamwork.
Oh.
Delete teamwork as an existence, as a concept from existence.
Yeah. Teamwork
Because that's fucking teamwork.
Teamwork is a myth.
We'll overcome all our obstacles and defeat all our enemies with the power of teamwork. And this gun I found.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to leave the scene. I apologize. I didn't want to leave the scene off with Azeem's character just like currently drowning underwater.
I knew the risks going in, so I figured, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll succeed.
You did not retrieve the torch, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no. Jim just kind of grabbed you and brought you back up. Kitsune could still use his moment, though, at the beginning of the next scene.
So Jack is still underwater?
No, I'm back up, but the torch is gone.
No, he's back up in the tram car.
Oh yeah.
But his lungs are still full of water.
Yeah, I mean, Billy would have military training, and I'm pretty sure CPR is part of first aid and stuff. So yeah,
Yes, it is.
Billy would know.
But first we have to do the truths. Jack, Azeem.
Oh God. Shoot, I don't know. I kind of want to do something dark now that's like really disheartening for Jack at this point, but I'm not quite certain how to do this correctly, if you will. I want to do something along the lines of there are no more flickering lights. Like the only kind of light source we'd have now is a flashlight or the flashes of lightning occasionally. Something along those lines. Like Jack's light has gone out. Or at the very least, Jack can't see light anymore.
The lights.
How about
the lights in Terminal D are off.
if Jack even survives? It doesn't really,
You can all hear the sound of footsteps slowly getting closer from a few cars ahead of you.
Not ominous.
Taylor.
Could just do something stupid. And those footsteps are of someone coming to save us. Hooray! Neuter the threat. No, I'm just kidding. Let me think about what I actually want to be the truth. The next time we look out of or try to leave the tram car, we are at the platform.
Okay.
Like, not 150 feet away from it, at the platform. There we go. Don't say my truths never helped us, probably.
Do I even get to do it? Do I even get to do a truth this time?
No.
No, I don't.
We are out.
No soup for you.
3, 2, 1.
And we are
And we are alive.
Okay.
Well, currently.
Currently, yes.
The
might
condition on that.
legitimately finish this tonight.
Yeah, but the
I
condition.
was about to say, since we only got a few left, we want to kind of pause here.
I mean, we've got another hour before midnight. We've got 4 scenes. We could probably do at least one more and then see if close enough to either just push until we finish or do like a mini one next week or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, it depends on how you guys are feeling right now. If you like tired and would rather save it, but I feel like this scene would like be a real cliffhanger to end on because hey, we
Isn't
get
that the best way to do a horror show, though?
Not necessarily.
It all depends, really.
All right.
Hey, let's find out if Jack at least survives.
Well, unless you heroically sacrifice him, he survives until the last scene.
Well, that and I'm gonna try and wake him up.
Yeah, it's a matter of like what the failure and success looks like. Like maybe he tries to do CPR and he rolls a failure, so he saves your life and gets you like breathing again, but he like cracked a rib.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
All right. Well, as Jim drags Jack back on, Billy, you and Jasper kind of grab Jim and yank him back on. His pant leg looks like he got his foot stuck on something. His pant leg is torn and he's missing his shoe. And he's kind of freaking out, but your eyes go to Jack, who's currently on the ground. Water kind of sputtering and kind of dribbling from his mouth. You can hear him gurgling and struggling to breathe. And your military training kicks in as you rush over to try to do CPR. This is your moment. Make me a roll.
4d6.
4 dice.
Roll 20. Please. Please be nice, roll 20.
You want to go with virtue bodybuilder and you just really work out those biceps?
Okay. Well, I love
Roll it
this.
into another one.
I love like the minute we got to listen to that track.
Yeah, we're really going through things. We're gonna die here in the tram.
We may legitimately finish tonight, depending on how the rolls go.
Wow.
All
Yep.
right.
Sorry, guys. I took a chance. It didn't work. I'm sorry.
No, Jack took a chance. It didn't work. You took a chance with Jack, and it's working out fine narratively.
Yeah, true.
Billy, you rush over and you're kind of dazed still in a panic. Your mind isn't quite there. You just kind of start pumping on his chest, like you're like trying to bench press him down into the floor. Jasper runs over, grabs you, pulls you off of him. Like, the Jasper, this does not look like CPR. You kind of wait a second as Jack begins to cough and sputter, kind of rolling over, and just begins vomiting water onto the train car.
And got liquid out of him the same way you get liquid out of a fruit. Which
The problem is that liquid is also turning up red, so that's not a good sign.
There are spatters of red, and Jack, your chest is in agony. It hurts to like move, and like if you kind of bend in certain directions, it's a sharp pain. You're kind of dazed still, like only really half there, as you kind of vomit again and kind of roll over, staring up at the ceiling of the train car as all of you begin to hear footsteps slowly, methodically beginning to make their way towards your tram car. It sounds like they're coming from further down the tram. And that's going to be where the scene ends.
Oh, goody.
All right, Kitsune. You get to come up with the truth.
At least I don't have to worry about making up a truth. Thank God. Those things are hard once you get to this point.
they can be.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's his truth. He doesn't know.
Gives you I think, at least a little glimpse into how difficult it can be to keep something narratively cohesive going as a DM.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Especially since I have a brink for them that I'm trying to keep all of this tied to, at least in some way. I don't know how I'm doing with it, though, Taylor.
I mean, it's not the way I would have interpreted it, but I think it fits well. Like, well enough.
I mean, I'm trying. It's also
You know what?
It's also very hard when the scenes end very quickly.
So quickly,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, as we go, crap, you failed again.
Oh, god damn it.
So we have they're becoming more active. But nowhere in here I see they're becoming stronger. So, my truth is, they are becoming even more stronger.
Stronger, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say even more stronger.
Their
Their strength grows.
Yeah, their strength grows. That works. Awesome.
Their strength goes. Okay.
They are
Goes where, Walmart?
They are becoming most strongerest.
Yes, I like it.
They are becoming big, strong.
Strong
Oh,
bad.
no, just put big, strong. They big, strong.
They are
Return to
strong.
caveman.
And Jacob.
Y'all are gonna fucking hate me because I was sitting on this
Go
for
for it.
about 2 truths.
Share?
You even tried to suggest it silent to help delay things because of how quickly we got here, but now it's like, how quick are we gonna die? The way up to terminal is blocked.
Okay.
See, Silent, you didn't need to delay us. We were going to be delayed anyways.
Oh, not so much delayed. It's having very little time left.
To be fair, I've seen stuff like this happen, and conversely, I have seen scenes in the range you guys have been in today last ages.
Yeah.
So it's
Uh-oh.
it's all in the dice.
Yep.
Can I get a minute? Because my headset's about to die, so I need to go grab my other headset.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
And 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
And we
And
are
we are alive.
So far.
Okay.
We're gonna be dead within an hour, if that.
Oh.
40 minutes.
Jack's already dead. He's just a zombie now.
Okay.
Or what? 3 candles?
You are at 3 candles. Yes. Just let us know when you're ready, Kitsune.
Echo.
Yeah, I'm getting the echo thing again.
Yep.
Hello?
Better now.
Hello, there we go.
Okay, good. This one's working too. Hey, this one's...
It's not like the previous one, which was like we stopped talking, and then like 30 seconds later, it was our same conversation, but at like 300% volume.
Yeah, that was...
Hello!
Like I said, 10 candles is cursing Discord. Alright.
10 candles is cursing my mental health.
Yeah, that happens too.
Jacob, quick question.
Yes.
Have you ever played 40K?
Alright, let's save that for later.
Quick answer, no.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Alright. We are just going to pick up... Test? Okay, that was weird.
Oh, there it is.
Nope, it's coming from Kitsune's end.
And I shall repeat, oh god damn it!
What did I miss? Sorry, my phone just bugged out and connected to my other headset.
Okay.
That the sound was bugging out.
Yeah, the sound was bugging out. It was like echoing me back at me from your end. But it is fixed now.
Yeah, that would probably be because it connected to the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna pick up right where that scene ended.
Alright. Jasper is going to help Jack back up to his feet, just kind of, just take it easy, okay? Still gotta get out of here. It's still flooding down here, but take it slow. You almost drowned there.
Oh god, it hurts to cough. Oh god.
Billy got a little overzealous with your CPR. Sorry about that. Just take slow, steady breaths, okay?
Calm down, that'll be helpful.
So Jasper is going to, kind of go out the window first and then help Jack and then, pretty much whoever else will follow. As a matter of fact, I
Okay.
think we left the baby on the outside.
No, he never went outside.
Yeah, baby is on the floor.
Jim, can you get the kid, please?
Stand up. I'll help Doc. You handle the devil child. Wait, went the wrong way there. I mean, it sounded.
No, that was perfect. That was perfect.
Okay, yeah. Jim, you go to help Jack, and kind of looking outside, you can kind of see in what little light you have with the one flashlight, I believe. Who has that flashlight?
Jim technically does at this point.
Okay. That's what I
Or he
thought.
did. I'm guessing he probably dropped it on the floor when he jumped, but
No, Billy had her flashlight. That got broken. The remaining one was with Jasper. The
right.
small-
Okay. Yes.
Well, I was asking because originally Jasper had the torch, Billy had the industrial, and Jack had the tiny flashlight. So I'm wondering where the tiny flashlight, did
I
Jack?
passed it to. I thought it was Jim, but I think it was Jasper.
Okay.
All swapped, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, taking a look outside, it seems pitch black outside of the tram because you have no light. Jasper, you make your way over to the child who's kind of looking down through the broken doorway at the end of the tram leading into the next car. You can't see more than probably halfway down it, but you can hear from farther away, probably one or two cars past, those methodical footsteps just continuing to slowly get closer. And the baby is just sitting there, kind of looking down through the door, just kind of smiling and clapping and reaching out for whatever is coming, almost like how a baby reaches out to try and grab something, a small child. Want.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. So, Jasper's picking the baby up. Come on, you little scamper.
Baby's kind of now both arms reaching out towards the open doorway.
I don't know if we really want to go down that way, kiddo. Jim, you got Jasper out of here yet? Or not Jasper,
Alright.
Jim, you get Jack out of here yet?
Got Jack's arm around my shoulder, so he has some support. Almost called him out.
Alright, Billy, give Jim a hand. Let's all get out of here and get up to the terminal.
Billy will nod and walk over and help them.
Alright, as Jasper comes over to the window and kind of shines the light through, you guys are at the station.
We're no longer on the train. We're
No, you guys are
No.
on the
Okay.
tram, but you guys, your car is now sitting adjacent to the platform.
As we're limping Jack out.
Huh.
Well, Jasper, you see any way for us to get over to what?
We're here. Okay, we made it to the terminal.
Well,
Yes,
that's at
what's
least
up?
one piece of good news amid all this.
Billy.
Jack.
Gonna look around. Turn over to Jim. Be like, fuck it. Can I use your lighter again, comrade?
Just glance at you across Jack, who is like probably practically hanging off of us.
Yeah, he's pretty dead. He's not dead, but good lord, is he pretty much dead weight.
Let's wait until we've at least found a place to sit.
Billy will shrug. And, you know, Billy's a bodybuilder, right? So he'd be strong. Can he just pick Jack up and just carry him like piggyback style?
Like a sack of potatoes?
No, more so piggyback style, you know. Or throw Jack's, Jack's arms around his shoulders and just pick him up around the legs, you know, on his back.
Yeah. It really hurts, Jack.
I was gonna say that's gonna hurt like heck.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Why do you hate that boy?
I don't.
When did
Right.
Jasper get an accent?
We have all become Texan by merit of the process of this here series of events.
Now I don't know about what y'all saying, but
I'm
before my
losing
time in the
my-
military,
I'm losing my composure here. Let's just get moving.
oh, shit.
What's the matter, Colonel? Chicken?
So yes, Jack, it really hurts, but yes, Billy, you also are able to just pick up Jack, piggyback style, and kind of walk him out onto the platform.
I cough up some blood onto his shoulder.
Just hold in there, comrade. I
Jasper,
won't let you die.
Jasper and Jim, you both follow out. The baby's still Jasper, reaching back towards the tram as the footsteps are still getting closer. They sound like they're probably in the car behind you now.
I really do not trust whoever's coming towards us. Let's get upstairs quick.
Lead the way.
All of you
Except
make
is
your
that's
way.
Franklin.
You'll make your way over to the stairs. Begin climbing them with the light of the flashlight, holding on to the railings for some semblance of balance and safety. You guys get about halfway up the steps, and there's a small landing here where like the steps go up and then they flatten and then there's like a second staircase set that kind of goes up to where the terminal will be. Reaching that halfway point, you're at the top step, and there's a metal gate closed across the steps.
The hell?
Like one of those pull gates that just pulls down, blocking off the tramway from the terminal.
How wide across is this?
What?
Like this area that this gate is down over. Like how wide across is it?
The entire width of this tunnel going up.
And how wide is this tunnel going up?
Probably about 10 feet. You have probably like a foot on this landing. Like just enough space for like the escalators. Probably like a foot and a half, maybe 2 feet. Just enough for the escalators to like put people up here. And then like 6 inches and then big pull down metal gate.
Alright, sorry guys. I
Right.
got a bit of an emergency. I gotta take my dog out.
Not a problem.
So I'll be a couple of minutes at least.
Okay.
Want to continue?
Bio
as the
break.
character's effectively sort of out of it anyway, or wait.
I mean, if anyone else has stuff they want to do or say or any RP, well, we're waiting for Azeem to get back.
Alright,
I'd
Firstly, I'm going to investigate the gate in the area, see if there's any way we can get this gate open, or if there's another way up to the terminal.
I was going to say I wanted to ask, like, can we check if it's locked? Because these kind of gates, usually, like, they come down and there's a lock in the middle, and then if that's unlocked, you can just lift it up.
I'll answer Jim first. Jim, you don't see a lock on the gate, but it does look like the gate goes down probably like an inch or so into the ground.
It must be automated then. I was poking around at it. Or this must be one of those automated ones. There's no place for you to get a grip and pull it up.
That's not good.
Jasper, if you want to find a way to try and lift the gate, or a way around the gate, I'm going to need a roll.
Okay.
Fuck! Alright.
It is optional.
Alright, so who's doing what?
At least my awkwardness might be able to play into this.
You guys have reached the top of the first layer of stairs, Azeem.
Oh, shoot. Wrong one.
1d3. We can never win.
It is it is gated.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, so I've got a success, but I've also got a loss. I'm going to use my awkwardness here. Okay? Because in my awkwardness, I am going to try and, part of my searching, I am going to try and lift the gate, which I don't have a good enough grip. My fingers slip, and I kind of fall and roll backward.
Hopefully not down the stairs.
No.
Okay.
1d6, and... Damn!
I see. I will say I see rerolled ones end up on ones so much more often than I see them end up on sixes.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
yeah.
God damn it!
Okay. What do you find?
Well, the gate is definitely there. It's an automated gate. It is not giving or budging. But as I'm going down one of the flights of stairs, I do find one of the employee access doors. Okay? So I'm checking this employee access door. It does look to be a security office. At least that's what it's showing on the sign next to the door. So I'm trying this door out to see if I can open it. And it apparently it pops open. It's unlocked.
Okay.
So Jasper, he'll push the door open. He will see that it is a security office. There are some screens on, some that are off. Apparently, of course, not everything is working. But luckily, it looks like the gate maintenance is.
Okay.
So, he's checking the panel. He finds the switch. He presses a button. And where the gate is, everyone hears a whine as the gate starts to raise up. clattering,
Alright.
clanking.
Yeah, the gate is slowly beginning to raise. It looks like it'll probably take about anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds to completely raise up.
Alright, and then he's gonna just set out the door. Guys, I think I found the button to raise that gate. Is it up?
Oh, it's starting to come up. Anything else in there?
As this gate is beginning to raise, the sound of footsteps that you heard on the tram cars, the echo from them changes. Sounds like they're now on tile.
Does it sound like
the tile like the tram platform is made of?
Out of curiosity, is the pace of those steps quickening?
Nope. Just the same methodical.
Guys, soon as that gate's up enough to open up that door, get it open! Jasper's just like skipping a step, running up the stairwell. Whoever's behind us, they're on the platform now.
So, I have a thought.
Uh-huh.
I would like to have me and Billy try and lift this up as soon as it's open enough for us to get a grip, like try pushing it along. And if we get a 1, I do have an idea for how, well, Billy's issue included in there is obvious, but I have an idea how mine could work as well. So do I want to roll, or do we want Billy to roll?
That's up to you. If you want to try to...
This gate is now probably 6 to 8 inches open, kind of slowly raising up. If you want to try to force this gate along and open it quicker, I will need a roll. Or you could simply wait until it's open enough to try to scoot under. It's up to you.
Billy will help either way. He'll just have to gently set Jack down.
Mm-hmm. The baby's kind of upstairs with you guys, by the way, while Jasper went searching for this room.
Nah, the baby fell down the stairs.
Dude.
No, baby is sitting a couple inches away from the gate, kind of its arms outstretched back towards the stairs.
I legitimately think you're describing this child younger than you're saying you're describing, but it's not a big deal.
I'm not.
Disagree, but that's not important. What's important is I am going to try and lift this gate.
Okay,
Let's
ahead
go.
and
My dodgy oldness. 2d6. Yes! And
Would you like to try?
And you got your 1.
I got my, so I'm gonna in my cluelessness, see, Jim is smart, but he's also an old dodgy guy, and doesn't really like a lot of this newfangled technology. Back in his day, these things just rolled up. Now they have these like almost like bracers to keep it from raising too quickly to avoid, safety issues. He just like yanks it up and breaks them.
all right.
Ha
Wow!
Oh shit!
Jim,
Wow!
even with 1-6, I did not roll any. What does this look like?
I rolled 2 6s actually. I re-rolled the 1 into another 6.
Yes, no, I saw that, but I did not roll any. So even with your 1-6, you have narrative control of this.
So Jim hears this. He hears the footsteps coming down, and like I said, he's used to these being more like, you just pull them up, and the only thing keeping them from coming up is if it's locked. And so anything in the track that's like safety issues to keep it from overextending or going up too fast. He just yanks so hard that with the dilapidated state that a lot of this stuff is in, you hear a kink, 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 and then a sort of weird crunch as it launches itself about 4 or 5 feet off the ground and just sticks there. And then you hear this loud whining sound like metal against metal, and then as something in the wall does not like this situation. And after that, the footsteps have gotten louder and louder to the point where you hear the echo along with the crunch of the metal, and it almost sounds like this person is stepping on something. There we go.
Yeah,
Nope.
And
Hurry.
It does sound like they're stepping on something. You can hear the first one, and then a second one, and then another. It sounds like this individual is beginning to climb the steps behind you.
Move, 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 move.
You don't have to tell me that twice, Brit. You crazy Brit. God damn.
Billy
Jasper,
will
grab the kid. Me and Billy just immediately pull up Jack and run through the opening as fast as we can.
Yeah, yoink up the kiddo.
Bring the devil child with us.
Alright, yeah, no. Jim, Billy, you guys quickly get Jack and rush ahead. Jasper, you kind of are left looking around, and you see the kid just kind of crawled down a step, and you kind of rush over to the wall where he is and step down and pick him up.
Yoink.
As you're going to like put him over your shoulder, the kid just kind of turns at you and smiles. They're trying to leave you behind.
Yeah, they're gonna leave us behind if we don't keep moving, you creepy little runt. Come on. Oh my god, I'm talking to a fucking toddler.
And you
Baby. It acts like a baby.
you slip underneath the gate and begin hurrying up the steps after them. You catch up with them fairly quickly. They're trying to climb these steps with an injured person in the darkness, since you have the light.
Well, once it's you, obviously can talk and know what's coming. Who is that following us?
Not what I figured, to be honest.
Baby kind of looks at you and smiles. Huh?
There's 3 possibilities here. This is actually like a 2-year-old baby that doesn't understand the situation.
What? And they're talking through them?
Yeah, that was the thought. Or the child is nonverbal for one reason or another. And again, the weird things happening may override that. Or 3, the child totally knows what's going on and they're just an a-hole.
I believe option 3.
Yeah.
I cough up a little more blood. It would be the weirdest thing we've seen.
Actually, that'd be downright normal.
You don't talk, Miss. Don't talk, Mr. Light's gonna guide us. You nearly fucking drowned yourself. God damn. Alright, just relax.
Well, don't relax too much. We still have to get up the stairs quickly.
Okay.
And yes, we rush hobble up the stairs. Two sixes in the scene, in the second to last scene. It's just absurd.
Alright, you all make your way up the steps. Find yourself in a very similar looking kind of lobby, shops, tables, food. You can still hear kind of this methodical, paced echo of footsteps behind you, slowly making their way up the stairs.
Alright. That
Well,
pilot
let's do it.
said he's in Terminal D, right?
D14.
Let's start making our way to it. No more delaying.
Billy,
Yeah.
you kind of crest the top of the stairs and kind of... your head's a little foggy. It's a little foggy.
I try to smack him. No losing it while I'm on your back.
Actually, you're no longer on my back anymore. You're actually between me and Jim again.
Between Billy and Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, which means that if you're to try and slap him, you'd have to take your arm out from around Jim's shoulder.
Okay, nope, that's not gonna work then. Never mind.
Yeah, no, Billy, you're just feeling a little hazy.
Comrades, I'm not feeling too good.
Pop, you're not feeling too good.
We don't have too much time to deal with it right now unless we want to find a spot to hide.
Keep pushing. Leave me behind if need be.
Ugh. What's that old army adage? Leave no man behind or whatnot?
I deserve it. After what happened in the war.
Oh my god.
What?
Believe me, I deserve to die.
I don't know how to put it any other way. I mean,
Jasper's kind of catching up on this. He's gonna kind of, just go, Billy, I understand what you're saying, given what I went through with you before back at home. All right? But we need you. All right? You need us, and you're a soldier. You don't quit.
Billy will look at him, just nod, and say, "Da."
That's what I thought. Come on, you crazy Sputnik. Let's get moving before whatever's behind us catches up. I don't exactly trust this baby's glee whenever it's getting closer.
You all begin making your way over towards the terminal door?
Yep.
What we're doing, I guess. Yep.
Alright.
Our options were to hide and wait for this thing to pass and hope it doesn't catch us, or hope we can outrun it. And we're going with option B.
You all make your way towards the terminal doors. The same type of setup, the big glass wall, the two double doors, one on either side. You guys make your way to the closer one, As you go to start to open it, Jasper, your light begins flickering.
That's not good. We're talking the flashlight, right?
Yep.
Thing must be out of batteries, and I can't change the batteries out with the child in my arms. Who's got the torch?
No
It's
on the water.
currently deep underwater.
Oh, y'all left it behind. Okay.
So kind of busy saving
Saving
Jack's
a life. I understand completely.
By breaking his ribs!
yeah. Jack's probably wishing he was dead.
That's a very unique definition of save, but continue.
Right, given the situation, I duck out from under Jack's shoulder. Let Bill help hold him up. Here, one sec. And I will.
Sorry, I'll mute.
I just want to say 2 birds, 1 stone. As I pull a Molotov out of my backpack and light the cloth on it, and grab the child out of Jasper's arms with the other.
Be careful with that darn Molly.
Well, it's light.
Yeah, I hear you. And with his arms free, Jasper's going to swap out the batteries in the flashlight with the Duracell he found earlier.
Okay, what are you doing with the Molotov cocktail that you've now lit?
I am holding it in my hand as a light source, essentially.
Okay. Interesting.
Pretty much, it's a ticking time bomb, and I gotta be quick on changing out the lights so we can throw them all in.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea I had was it will have a short burn time if it's just like a bottle, right? Relatively speaking. It will be probably quite hot, but I figure this thing's following us. Give him enough light, change the batteries, and then toss it. And if it comes up to us before he finishes changing the batteries, just throw it at it. That is Jim's thought process.
Okay. Yeah, you light the rag in the Molotov
Cocktail, the little paper strip. It's beginning to smolder and burn. Jasper, you are on a time crunch to change these batteries.
You're not gonna make me roll for it, are you?
I need a roll.
Motherfuck! I believe we still have 2 dice! Fuck! Gentlemen, be ready for a scene change.
We are finishing tonight. Yay!
Oh yeah, no, we're finished.
I mean, this question here went on for longer than I thought.
Double sixes.
Yep,
Yes.
that'll do it.
All
That'll
right.
do.
And then I screwed it up.
Still, like, that is the best odds I've ever gotten in a game of 10 candles, not gonna lie.
Roll 20 giveth, roll 20 taketh.
Okay, Jasper, you kind of fumbling with the flashlight, you unscrew the top, kind of flick it to the side, the batteries just kind of go scattering off somewhere into the darkness. And where are you keeping the batteries?
They were in my pocket.
Alright, yeah, you reach into your pocket and pull out the 2 batteries as you feel something warm on your wrist.
What?
And you kind of look down. As you do, you kind of feel a tug, and you see this shadow just kind of yank your arm backwards, and you lose your grip
Ah, shit!
on the 2 batteries. They go flying off into the darkness. Seeing this, Jim, you quickly take the Molotov you're holding and just kind of a few feet in front of you all on the ground, you just kind of chuck it and shatter it, and you kind of hear this slight the footsteps that were just cresting the stairs fade out, and light from the burning alcohol kind of fills the space around you all.
Shit! 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 Shit!
And that is where the scene is going to end.
All right, everyone. See you next week now.
We've already gone this far. We may as well fucking finish.
Yeah, see you all next week for the next, 15 minutes of gameplay.
Go to bed.
So, Silent, is this the fastest game of 10 candles you've had?
No, I have had a game finish in 3 hours.
Wow, okay.
Really bad rolls.
No,
We've also had a first scene finish in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, I've legitimately seen for the first 5 scenes, people do things that require rolls within 4 or 5 minutes, and not a single check has passed.
Oh,
Are
wow,
Are you referring to the one where was it on the ship or?
No, it's one that I ran for a group of people at my house. And
You know what it'd be?
The game was very, very quick.
And the thought that playing this in person could be very strange. It's like, okay, so I'm gonna, and then the breeze blows in and all the candles go out. Well, the game's over.
I will say it's very. I enjoy playing the game regardless of the medium. Roll20 is fine, but actually playing it with a stack of index cards in front of everyone, actually lighting them on fire from actual candles to burn them away, having the actual candles, doing the whole record the last message, it's super immersive, and it's even right now, I'm in my room, the lights are off, I have my red LEDs on, and there's the monitor in front of me casting light, etc. When you play it in person, it's literally just a pitch black room and 10 tea candles.
I'll be honest. Last week I ended up doing that. I just had one of my woodwick candles burning, and I had all my lights shut off. And holy shit, that just changes the feel of the game.
It really does. It's so even just the basic descriptions, everything is so much creepier when you basically have no light.
I was actually starting to see stuff in the dark.
Yeah. No.
Why do you have to be so damn good at describing stuff?
Yeah, no, your mind really quickly begins playing tricks on you. You'll start you still can't see anything, but you'll start looking over your shoulder. Yeah, no, it's really fun. The only time you can even really see the other people at the table that you're playing with is when someone uses one of their cards and burns it. The only time you have enough light to really see other people is that 3 or 4 seconds where they're holding their burning card before they toss it in whatever container you're using.
Damn.
Because people are oh, but there are 10 tea candles. Yeah, they give off fuck all for light.
Yeah, I can agree with this. Given there have been times in my youth where we have a power outage. This was all the way back in Louisiana. Oh my god, my mom was a candle nut. Okay, power goes out. There comes the candles. They give Nothing for light.
Yeah.
It's enough to read by in my experience. At least for
Especially-
like regular candles. Tea candles are smaller.
Yeah, regular candles will give you some light. Tea candles, it's nothing.
So yeah.
It makes me wish I would have set up my table and bought 10 tea candles for this.
Yeah, no, I love playing this game live. It's such an atmosphere change.
Well, if at any point where we all managed to go to the same con or anything randomly.
Oh no! If once everything that's currently happening in the world is done, and I would love to actually like meet up at a con and actually play some games live.
We just meet up in like an auditorium and lock the doors, and no one else can come in, and we just play live while they're trying to actually do an event. Turn off all the lights. Get arrested.
There's actually
I would also love to play Dread because you can't play that digitally.
Tabletop simulator?
I don't know. Does Tabletop Simulator have a good Jenga simulator?
I think it has a Jenga simulator.
Well, if we want to try it, we can.
yeah.
Playing Jenga on Tabletop Simulator.
But I just realized something. You know what? This will wait until after we're done with the stream. But I know of a place that I would love to play Tin Candles in.
Alright.
I will say, with Dread, if the tower gets knocked over, whoever knocked it over gets removed from the story. So I feel like it would be a very quick game where it would be very far. Like, it's a survival horror, and I don't feel like anyone would survive.
Scene 1. Crap, I hit the flip table button. Oh well.
Oh my god!
Jacob,
Right.
you are the only one who gets to make a truth right now.
Oh my lord, you're throwing that on me?
You failed
Just
the
make the
roll.
same truth you've been making this whole time. We're gonna die.
Scene
It's
8.
just the baby.
Scene 8 truths. We're gonna die and we are alive.
Oh my god.
What is your truth?
I'm trying to. I'm honestly wanting to think of something that ties in with the baby.
Okay, it doesn't need to tie in with the baby, but it can if you want it to.
I'm thinking here. I'm thinking.
Grace baby.
Oh, good lord. What if the baby is one of them?
I kind of
And
feel
it's
like it's
silent.
obvious, but you know.
Silent knows why I'm laughing.
I do. The baby
Why?
the baby is one of them. Okay. And 3, 2, 1.
We are
gonna die.
For now.
Did you guys just say "and we are alive"? Or...
No,
Some of us
we-
said, and we are alive, and one of us said, and we are gonna die.
God damn it! I got found out. We
It
are
wasn't like
alive.
you were doing
we
a
are...
good job.
We are going to die like men, comrades.
I mean, let's not get overly enthusiastic here.
What?
But yes, we are alive. Oh, great, with this fucking music too. Mother.
Damn it, I wish I could hear the music. I honest to God wish I could.
You know the old wedding slash funeral theme?
Just think
One
of
sec.
just like think of like the Undertaker's theme, but more ominous.
I'm gonna mute and turn on the audio from my computer to where I can hear this.
Okay.
Oh, we're so screwed.
That's generally the point of the game we're at. Yes.
I don't wanna die.
Alright.
With that music, yeah, we're gonna fucking get slaughtered. Holy shit.
It sounds like the fight is about to begin.
Great song choice, by the way.
It's about to begin
Thank you.
very shortly afterwards. It will end.
Yes. Alright. Currently the only light you guys have is the quickly burning out fire from the, Molotov. You are still in front of the doors to the D terminal. You do need to make it to gate D14.
Shit! Jasper's just cussing like a fucking sailor.
Can I get that light now, comrade? As Billy pulls out a joint.
Going on, I guess.
The stunned silence there.
And I just light the joint. Hey, we have light now.
Anybody else want one? I have enough for everyone, except the brat.
Let's just get moving before the Molotov goes off. Let's go.
The Molotov is...
Already off.
Yeah, the Molotov has been thrown onto the ground and is your light source.
Why don't you light another one?
Are we at like the entrance to the all the way to the terminals, or where exactly are we?
Yeah, so there's the big room with all the stuff
Uh-huh.
and the two doors and the hallway, and you guys are right at the two doors.
Alright, let's just get moving.
Into the hallway. Into the hallway.
Into the dark hallway with no light.
Actually, didn't the announcement say there is light there in the terminals?
That's what it said. It said the power's still on here.
Yeah, so isn't there light?
No.
Oh my god, is anybody going to... where's the light switch? So, folks, have y'all ever seen a grown man cry?
Yes. Jacob, I've known you for a while, so yes.
Oh, shit.
To be honest, I asked for that. I'll take it.
We played Phasmophobia with you before.
Oh god. Who wants to look for a light switch?
I'm lighting up another Molotov in my hand and like running forward a ways so that when I shortly have to toss it because it's getting too hot, we have a light source that's a bit further in.
Okay, yeah.
That'll work.
You light the next Molotov. Gonna open the door and start. So is anyone following him?
Yes.
I am dragging. Well, you know what? Billy will pick Jack up in like a bridal carry and follow.
It still really hurts because he's running and it's really jostling your broken ribs.
Oh, God.
I am sorry, comrade, but you will have to stick with the pain a bit longer.
Yeah.
Would you like a hit?
Oh, God, just let me die.
Wait, let me get this straight. You're offering the guy who probably has like broken ribs and is bleeding in his lungs a smoke.
Well,
joy.
Marijuana is said to help with the pain, so I mean, marijuana does have some medical properties.
When's the last time you got smoke in a wound? It just doesn't help.
It's just smoke in the wind at this point.
You all begin running forward. You guys pass a couple of gates before, Jim, you have to throw the Molotov, and it hits the ground and shatters, spreading fire in front of you.
How far along do we get?
Yeah, you can look up and see in the flames a sign that says D6.
Okay. Jasper is going to pull out one of the 2 Molotovs that he was given and pass it right over to Jim.
Okay.
How
Jim
many
will nod.
Molotovs do we have left?
2
One
now.
more after this.
Yes, so Jim will nod and like go around the fire and
That depends. You guys should have 5, I believe, in total.
Huh.
And I still have half a bottle of vodka, I believe.
Yeah, and Billy has half a bottle of vodka that he drank half of.
So actually, I should have a third then because I remember Jack saying he gave 2 to Jasper. Okay, so I pull out the third one.
This is your second. No, this is your third. Yes.
Yes,
You broke 1, 2.
and and go a little ways, like run, fast walk, whatever.
Yeah, you guys.
Down like 10, 20 feet, just to the edge of the firelight, and light the next one.
Yeah, you guys kind of skirt around the fire to the edge of the light. You light the next Molotov. You just begin running again.
Yeah, pretty much. We need to get there.
All right. Yeah. You begin running. Everyone following after Jim. You get a ways, and it's starting to get hot, and you throw it, smash it on the ground, and there's a new patch of fire on the ground in front of you.
Do we see any signs?
You do. You do see a gate sign up above you. It says D6.
What? We were just in front of D6.
Apparently this is the way we're going. Come on, and I duck into the terminal.
Billy will swear very comprehensively in Russian and follow.
Since Jack's being dragged by Billy, Jasper's gonna follow with the baby.
Yeah, you guys, in the light of the fire, kind of rush over and start kind of pounding on the door, trying to get the door to the gate open. This gate is closed.
Billy.
I
Well-
will also say, outside of game, Jacob,
Yes.
you do have your moment up.
Yes, we have arrived at our destination.
No, you
I-
haven't. Your destination is D14, or D12, one of the two. D14 is the gate.
So why is my moment up then?
Your moment,
try and-
your moment is on top of your stat.
I'm confused.
So your moment is a roll like every other check in the game.
Uh-huh. So this means I need to roll for my moment?
If you wanted to, you could use your moment to arrive at your destination.
Right. Okay, so
If you roll a 6.
If you roll a 6. If you fail, the scene ends. Now, I will say, you guys could continue trying to move forward. You might have just read the first sign wrong. You might have read this sign wrong. Who knows?
Sure.
Jasper's gonna pull out his one of his 2 Molotovs. Let's go a little bit further. See if we hit D6 again.
We
Alright.
got much of a choice. Hey, let's see if we can hit D6. Come on.
Nah.
Yeah, you guys skirt around the fire, light up one of Jasper's 2 Molotovs, and you start sprinting forward. You get a good ways, and it's getting too hot, Jasper. You have to throw the Molotov. You smash it on the ground, and the sign above you says D6.
Alright, I guess it's time for me to roll my moment.
Hold the terminal we're at.
Yep.
Alright, you're gonna try to light up the last Molotov and get you all to where you're going?
Out, and with it, use my moment roll.
Alright,
So,
roll me 2d6.
woo!
Okay.
Very nice.
Just
Wait.
getting one is awesome.
Silent, how many sixes did you roll?
1.
Oh,
So he still has control, but it's still a success.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
You get a hope die.
Yay!
what that
Yeah.
means, because you're the first one to get a hope die, A, your moment is gone. You have succeeded at your moment. Jasper,
Which we'll get to in a moment.
you light this final Molotov, and rather than running, you kind of hold it up above your head, using the flame as you all move forward to gate D8. It's starting to get hot, and you make it to D10. And you can see the flames just reaching the top of the bottle as you hit gate D12 and smash it on the ground next to you. The flames kind of going up from the alcohol. You are at gate D14.
Oh, thank God!
Now, you did get a hope die. What this means is your moment is gone. You can start using your brink, if you so choose, on a check to completely reroll all dice. Same with you, Jack. Your hope die means that you roll an extra die and roll it separately during any time you make a check. Whereas your normal dice succeed on a 6, your hope die will succeed on a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
But you are at gate D14.
Save us, Jasper. No.
Let's get inside.
Kind of door does the gate have?
The door to the gate seems to be open.
Okay, that's good enough for me. It's definitely not a trap. I know that much.
Ah!
Billy, while carrying Jack, will follow them in while puffing on his smoke.
Okay. Yeah, you guys kind of feel your way through this tube that leads to the plane. That's here supposedly. You kind of feel your way along the walls. You guys kind of stumble a couple of times. It's not like it's a normal plane boarding tube. It's not like
Like, I'm holding up my lighter, but it's probably not enough to really navigate properly.
yeah, it's not. It's there.
If anything, it just gives us something to focus on ahead of us.
Yeah, basically.
Mhm.
You guys kind of reach the end of this tube, and there's a plane door in front of you.
Oh, sweet heavenly mercy, thank God.
Billy will gently set Jack down and try and open the plane.
Okay. Doesn't open.
I think the plane is locked.
How the frick is it locked? Jasper's gonna bang on the door. Hey, we're here!
Alright, yeah, no, you start banging on the door. And you can start to hear footsteps
Ahead?
From behind you. The same paced, methodical footsteps.
Well,
Oh, that's not good.
And you continue banging on the door, and the footsteps fade out. And the door to the plane, you can hear kind of a lock turning and jostling, and you can hear a voice behind the door. Oh, fuck, come on. There we go. And the plane door pushes open, and just light spills out into the tunnel you're in.
Oh, thank God.
It looks like all of the lights on this plane are, like all the seat lights, the overhead lights, everything all flipped on.
Oh. Oh, thank goodness you're here.
You see a older gentleman on the plane. Franklin.
Gosh dang it!
Oh, I didn't think anyone else was gonna make it here. The pilot's up in the cabin. Come on in.
Okay, we come in. That's really honestly like.
Shocked silence.
Well, yeah. Billy will walk up to Franklin, hold up his half bottle of vodka, and be like, "Vodka?"
He takes the bottle and starts taking a big chug of it and kind of hands it back to you, kind of wipes his mouth.
Hey!
Can't hurt, right?
Nah. And he just takes another big hit off of his joint, just walks to find his seat with the rest of the group.
How did you guys get out here? I kind of made my way through the terminals over from B. It's a fucking nightmare.
We took the tram, believe it or not.
I thought the tram was flooded. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't working when I went down there.
Yeah, don't really know how to answer that, but we were able to get here through the tram. It's weird out there.
I mean, at least you managed to make it.
Nah.
Yeah.
He kind of looks out through the door into the darkness for another second and just kind of slams the door to the plane, locks it back up. We're gonna be... I think we're gonna be waiting for another 15 minutes or so, and then, I think the pilot was gonna get headed out.
At this point, I don't think we've even seen anyone else. So this little one that's
Well,
even been alive. So
well, we did see another on the tram.
Are they on their way too?
That
No.
it.
They, if you can believe it, I can barely believe it, they disappeared. Like, one moment they were there, then the next they were gone.
It's not the weirdest thing I've heard of.
Nah, not the weirdest thing I have seen either.
so we're all good to take off then as soon as these 15 minutes are up.
You guys are gonna wait the 15 minutes?
I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean that's what the pilot said to me. I mean he's in the cockpit right now. He hasn't opened the door, but
Maybe we should see if he's ready instead of just sitting here. Just to double check, make sure with all the weirdness going on lately.
Perhaps, comrade, you have a point.
open the cockpit door?
Gently knock.
I was gonna say we knock first. We're in a horrific post-apocalyptic Shadowland. We're not animals.
Okay.
Knock.
Yeah. Who's knocking on the door? Doesn't matter. Yes, we'll be ready to take off in 15 minutes. I'm just going through my, my final flight checks, final preparations. Waiting for anyone else who might be able to reach here.
Hey, you got 4 more passengers plus a baby.
Thank you, comrade, for waiting for us. I assume I speak for all of us that we very, very appreciate it.
Well, of course, I have to wait for everyone.
Within reason, I bet.
I'm hoping you mean within reason.
Yes. I mean,
Is there anyone in particular?
anyone that can make it here.
Was there anyone in particular that you were hoping would make it? It kind of sounds like you were waiting for someone that you had in mind.
Anyone still out there? Really?
Have you perhaps make another announcement over the intercom if it still works? Giving people a heads up again, perhaps?
The intercom? What do you mean?
Well,
The
a
only
little
reason...
bit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was overpowering you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, a bit ago, we were in Terminal A by, I believe it was Gate 10 we were at, starting off.
You were at gate like 30 something, 40 something.
We were by Gate 35, and we heard your voice come over the intercom stating that
It
there
wasn't,
was a...
it wasn't his voice.
Oh. We heard a voice come over the intercom in Terminal A, Gate 55, about a plane in Terminal D, Dock 10, that
14.
was fueled and ready to fly off in 3 hours.
Yeah, they even identified themselves as the pilot, and I'm right realizing that wasn't your voice.
I can't imagine anyone would have been able to make it to Terminal A. I mean, the intercoms at an airport, they're not, like... I mean, maybe if they got up to, like, some kind of central control, but normally it would just be, like, local intercoms, like, for the terminal.
So, someone survived in the control tower, perhaps.
I mean, if they know we're here and gonna take off, we need to wait for them.
That was... How long did they give us to get over here?
They gave us
3 hours.
and
That was almost 3 hours ago, Haas. If they didn't make it back here by now, there's a possibility those damn things gone.
I kind of wish it's not this, but the thought occurs to me that maybe someone wanted us to get here for some reason. I'm not sure what it is, but so much strange stuff happening recently that it doesn't really seem that much of a stretch.
Wait a minute. Real quick, Haas. Did you actually send somebody to say something on the intercom? Like, did somebody else know that you had a plane ready to go?
I mean, I told a couple people that I was gonna go look for a plane and that I'd bring it here, but I mean, I haven't heard back from either of them.
Could have been either of them that announced.
I mean, we didn't even have a plane when I last saw them.
I've got a bad feeling. Look, Haas, weird shit that we ran into trying to get here. It's highly possible those two people you were with, they're gone. Okay, at the end of that 15, whatever time 15 minutes you give for your pre-flight check, you're probably gonna want to start getting this plane going and gone. Everybody went silent.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. While walking here, we saw a lot of, well, not corpses to say, but it looked as if someone just cut the feet off right above the shoe and took the bodies. But there was no blood, just shadows coming out of the shoes.
The important point here is that there's some weird crap going on, and if we wait, we might just end up with more of it keeping us from taking off in the first place. Alan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Does the pilot respond to any of this?
No.
Was he responding through a closed door?
He was.
I'm not gonna knock again. Oh, you in there?
No answer.
Is the door locked?
Who knows?
Billy is just gonna go look at him and say, I think it would be for the best. We just leave him alone. After all, it's his life, or it's our lives in his hand when the plane eventually takes off. So I think we should just take this moment to find a seat, sit down, and have a breather.
Jim's gonna try the door just to see if it's locked.
Make me a check.
Boy.
2d6? Still got 2, right?
Yep, you have 2.
Well, not a 0. Or a 1.
Oh, that sucks.
Alright.
Hmm.
And you can't even use your virtue, can you?
Nope, no ones.
No. I was trying
No
to give you a
6s.
chance to.
Any chance I
Yeah.
can pass my hope die over, or?
There is a way to pass hope die.
Gonna heroically sacrifice yourself?
Oh,
Yeah.
And put out our last candle too, I believe.
nope, no, we're good.
Alright, Jim, you reach and try to open the door. It's sticky.
And the blue blazes?
You kind of pull your hand back, and you see bubbles. A black substance on your hand, kind of slowly starting to run and spread, and bubbles beginning to pop as this substance begins to wrap around your hand, slowly move down your arm.
Hello.
And your head begins to go a little bit foggy as this substance begins to... It almost looks like it's evaporating off, but it's more like it's getting sucked into you, and your head begins to go foggy, and your anger starts to rise a bit. Your temper begins to flare. And the rest of you can see from underneath the door more of this substance kind of seeping from below as the plane lurches. Some of the lights begin to flicker and it begins to taxi backwards. And that's where the scene will end.
Ooh.
Alright, it's scene 9. 3, 2, 1.
We
And we are alive.
No, we're totally dead.
I imagine this is hell. We're dead already.
All I know is I'm gonna laugh if I die almost the same way as last year.
Oh yeah, Silent. I sent you a message on Discord. Please check it. Excellent.
Alright. The plane is taxiing backwards, heading towards the runway. What are all of you doing?
Well, Billy's going to be sitting in a first class seat, lighting up another joint using the leftover from his old one to light the new one, and finishing off his vodka and relaxing at this point.
Jasper's gonna sit down next to him with the baby and say, "I'll take you up on that offer for a joint there."
What? Hello?
Testing.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My phone
Hey,
screwed up again. Sorry. What? All I heard was Jasper's gonna sit next to him.
Yeah, Jasper's gonna sit next to Billy with the baby and just kind of go, "I'll take you up on that hit now."
Billy will pull out one of the last, I think, 2 joints he has, hold the tip up to his, light it, and pass it on over.
And he's gonna, Jasper's just gonna take it. He's at the thought of, we're fucked.
Jack, would you like one?
Yeah, Jacob, you're holding the, Jasper's holding the baby?
Jasper's holding the baby and smoking a blunt.
Alright, yeah, you take a hit, turn your head a little bit, blow out the smoke, the baby's gone.
That fucking.
There's just a black bubbling stain. That dissipates. And you're gonna have to read Discord real quick.
Will this be out loud or?
No.
Is the out of curiosity, while he reads this, is the plane actually like taxiing for takeoff?
Yes.
Alright.
When Jasper notices the baby is gone, he's just, that's fucking fierce.
Well,
May as well
It
let
is,
me get a
but-
hit of vodka too.
I think I have a little bit left. Then he'll pass what little bits left over in the bottle. He'll pass it over to Jasper.
Mm-hmm. God fucking damn it. Jasper's gonna take a hit of the blunt, swig down some of the swig down a bit of vodka, but he is just
You know, I am tempted to ask, and I have a feeling you'd have me roll a check for it, but first class usually has champagne. And I'm pretty sure that would make me roll a check.
As you kind of think this and kind of start looking around, the plane, you can hear the engines beginning to fire up. And the plane is starting to get propelled forward.
this whole thing's just got me all riled up. I'm just so fucking.
Silent.
Billy will just jokingly be like, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight attendant. Please fasten seatbelts and put trays upward to resting position." And then just say, "What a fucking joke."
Yeah, you're saying something, Taylor?
Yes. Being that I was close to the door and everyone left, there is usually on these kind of planes a flight attendant area, yes?
Yeah.
Right, and they usually have, like, for first class stuff, plates, forks, spoons, knives, etc.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna grab the biggest knife I can find.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to pull out my last cigar, and I'm going to light it and take a puff
Okay.
and walk over to the others.
All
It's
right.
really quite nice. It is really quite nice, isn't it?
Sure as fucking is. You know, I think I still got that last Molotov on me. And Jasper's gonna pull out that Molotov, you know, just kind of
You
shake
did-
it around a little.
I think you used it.
Yeah, you
No.
did use it for the.
Oh, yeah.
movement.
No, remember we had 5?
I used 3. You used 2.
Yeah, you used it for
I
your
thought we
moment.
used only one of mine for when the moment happened.
No, you ran to try to get to gate D14, and then you used your last one to actually get there for the moment roll.
Mhm.
Nah, I'm still holding a bottle of like 1 quart vodka.
Yeah.
I will say, gents, what are you planning on doing once we get to our destination?
I don't know. Feeling the rest of the world is just fucked up just like it is over at the damn airport, so.
It's really quite lovely outside.
Yeah, it is a bit serene how it's storming like hell.
The plane is now. You can feel the rumble is gone. The plane is kind of climbing now. The plane has taken off.
Right, well, all things considered, this one's had a bit of a fun run.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
I'm gonna go over and you know how there's those emergency doors on planes?
Yep.
I'm gonna open it.
Is it? Can I just say Billy did have his seatbelt buckled, but if it's too late for that, then
It's a bit too late for that.
I will embrace
Oh.
my death.
As I'm opening it, I just turn to everyone. Well then, I hope you enjoyed In Hell with us. And I open the door.
And right as he opens the door, Jasper is going to take that vodka bottle and lay it right across Billy's face.
Okay.
What? Why?
He's pissed.
So you're throwing vodka at the other person?
No,
No,
he's hitting
he's
him
sitting-
with the bottle.
He's sitting right next to Billy. Took the last remaining quarter full bottle of vodka to take a slug out of, and now he's using that bottle to whack it right across Billy's face.
Okay, I just don't understand why you're hitting Billy when Jim
That's
is the
it.
one.
Billy, I need you to make me a check. Your dice pool is 1.
I think I understand.
Did you figure it out, Taylor?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can't even re-roll that, but at this point I think Billy's high, so he's happy.
Jasper. How are you going to kill Billy?
Well, since the bottle breaks across his face, causing lacerations upon it, he's just gonna flip the neck so that the jagged ends are at the back of his hand and just ram it into his throat.
Alright, yeah, Billy, Jasper. You kind of turn to look as Jim is starting to fiddle with the door, just in time to get caught square across the face with this vodka bottle. Just swung by Jasper. Slams you in your face. You kind of... The glass shatters, lacerations and cuts on your face from it. As you kind of recoil back, you feel his hand grab the top of your head and rip it back, and the last thing you see, kind of as with your winced eyes, is the tip of the broken glass bottle being thrust and cutting into your neck, and then everything goes black.
I'm sorry, Billy. Turns out your PTSD was right. You never left that. Hey! Hey, Jackie! How's that chest feeling?
Oh, don't worry about Jack. I'll have him right his rein in a minute. You won't have to worry
Oh,
about
I
it
know.
anymore.
I know. But how about I help him up out of his seat? After all, a man should meet his fate standard, shouldn't he, Jimbo?
Suppose you could say that. Yes.
Jack, you have just watched Jim start to open the door on a plane that is flying, and Jasper just killed Billy.
In my condition, there isn't a whole lot I can do.
Bite your tongue.
Um,
Come on, wildlife man! We're about to go on the wildest ride you've ever been.
After all, better in the oblivion beyond than where else you could be.
And you feel kind of a hand on your shoulder, Jack. And you kind of turn around and you see Franklin holding this baby. And you notice just this dribble of black running out of the corner of his mouth.
the baby or Franklin, or both?
Both. It'll be an adventure. Come on.
You know, I kind of wish that there's like a little bit of black coming out the corner of Jasper's eye.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so
I think the
One
best
thing
way
I
to-
will say Jack does,
Try to kick the baby.
is... Huh?
Try to kick the baby.
No, that was Kitsune that put that up.
Yeah, he put that in Discord chat.
In this moment, I would say he,
We do not endorse any of this, by the way, folks.
Yeah,
Please ensure that all babies are actually possessed before kicking them.
Oh my god, we're terrible people.
Okay.
So what Jack is going to be doing is, like, while Jasper is slitting Billy's throat, images of actually only a few days ago are like flashing through his head, and the bodies lying at his feet and everything, as he's just motionless as he is right now. And in that moment, he is going to stand up despite the pain. Basically, he's like holding his breath so it hurts less. Kind of just solemnly marches towards Jim, non-hostily or anything like that. Almost more like in complete surrender, but holding himself high still. And just at the last moment, he is going to... Well, I'm going to try to grab Jim and Jasper and throw myself into the door and pull them both out with me.
First off, as he's standing, there you go, that's the spirit, Jacko.
Alright, Jack. Make me a check.
Nope.
Well then, no reason to keep your people waiting. After all, you deserve this. And I open the door.
Alright, yeah, as you kind of lunge at Jim, he says this and kind of steps to the side and opens the door, and you miss your grab on them and go tumbling out of the plane, falling and falling, and then darkness.
Oh, of course, there's the whole issue of decompression. Question is Jim and I actually braced for this?
I think, given our condition, the old Jim and Jasper are already dead anyhow.
After you, old boy.
And
Here you go.
You see
I picked
Franklin. I think you're. And I will say, despite this decompression, the wind ripping out the door, neither of you are bothered by it.
Mm-hmm. Kitsune.
Shall we?
No.
And Franklin gestures at the cockpit, and the door kind of rattles and opens, and you can kind of feel the plane kind of hit a peak. And just for a brief moment, kind of that feeling of weightlessness as the door opens and it's empty. And the plane begins to fall.
Oh, there never was a pilot, was there, Frankie?
He just
No,
smiles.
just,
You and that little bastard brat.
He
just us.
He just smiles at you.
Moving around with that previous self. You still got just a little bit of him in there, I see. Yes, quite. I'll just get rid of that.
And that is where we are going to wrap up this game.
That definitely was a lot
I'm
of
gonna
fun.
s-
But it
I'll-
is 1 o'clock. I'm going to bed, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice.
taking a look. Hopefully, everyone watching enjoyed. Hopefully, everyone playing enjoyed.
Really
I
did.
had immense fun.
Oh yeah.